My name is Esther Leonard. I am the niece and godchild of Esther McCann. The night that we learned that Esther and Jessica had perished in the fire, I remember waking up early in the morning and hearing my granny like screaming, crying, and I didn't know what had happened. She told me, I was 8 at the time, so it's not something I could process easily. And I remember everybody inconsolably just bawling, crying, like it was like something out of a film. It wasn't like real life.
I was awoke by my grandmother. So I ran down the stairs and into the living room to find my mum in tears, told by my dad that Esther had died in a fire with Jessica. It was horrifying.
I'm looking at a number of photographs here. That's the one that hit me first as I arrived. And you can see the devastation. It certainly brings a lot back, quite vivid. It's almost as if it was yesterday.
Esther, aged 30, and 18-month-old Jessica died when fire swept through their home at Butterfield Avenue, Rathfarnham. Mrs. McCann's body was found lying outside her bedroom. Firemen found Jessica still in her cot. They both died from inhaling carbon monoxide fumes.
Esther McCann was 30 years old, married to husband Frank, and loved by her entire family.
Esther was a wonderful godmother. She was always very attentive to me. She made me feel really special. She just brought a light into the family that was so unusual. We would have seen Esther and Jessica on a daily basis. If we were not in Butterfield in her house, she was with us. Esther was the youngest of 4 in her family. They're from Tramore in County Waterford. She was an artist, a wonderful aunt, and just exuded life and happiness and joy, and she was just a wonderful person to be around and a wonderful person to know.
My name is Thomas O'Brien. I'm Esther's eldest nephew. Esther was real happy-go-lucky, jovial, loving, caring person. Nothing ever fazed her, nothing bothered her. Always had a good bounce in her step. She was always good crack to be around, and she'd help anyone.
In September 1992, Pat Tracy was serving as a police detective in Garda Síochána.
I was a detective Garda in Tala. I came in to hear that 2 people had lost their lives in a fire in Rathfarnham, a devastating fire.
My name is Michael Campbell. I'm a retired detective inspector. I was attached to the mapping section in the Garda Technical Bureau. Anything involving a deceased child, that's not taken away from the death of the lady involved as well, but the fact that a child was killed in this instance, it did touch the heartstrings. This photograph I took it is where the child was sleeping that night before the horrendous event took place. And we can see cuddly toys, some child's playthings, and feeding bottles.
Pat and Michael were assigned to investigate the cause of the fire that killed Esther and Jessica.
The house was extensively damaged. We had to pick our way going in and going out of the house. We'd enter from the rear. I had worked on the Stardust where 48 people lost their lives. Devastating fire. This was another one. There was an intense fire, more intense than the normal.
Initial investigations revealed an apparently obvious explanation for the fire.
There was a number of gas leaks reported to the gas board. I read statements that an engineer had made.
The gas company had been called before. There were some problems with the gas and leaking gas. There were certainly, I think, 2 at least before the fire.
My name is Frank McNally. In 1992, when all this was happening, I was a freelance journalist. During the month of July 1992, there were 4 separate leaks reported at the McCann house. First one was, I think, on the 3rd. It was investigated. There was no actual leak found on that occasion. Second one was the 16th. There was a major leak found then and a major presence of gas that was investigated and dealt with. The third one was the 26th, and in that case, the fitters found nothing.
Days later, there was a 4th, even more serious gas leak. Frank McCann was out at work when Esther's quick thinking averted a likely catastrophe.
Esther woke up when the house was full of gas. She got Jessica, brought her down, and had she flicked the switch, the whole house could have been blown apart.
Esther pushed her car out of the driveway because she knew if she had turned on that ignition, it could have set off a fire and killed the both of them. So she pushed her own car with Jessica into the street and then drove straight to our house.
Now it seemed a gas leak might have killed Esther, just as she began an exciting new stage of her life with Frank. The couple were adopting his niece, baby Jessica.
Frank McCann had a younger sister who got pregnant when she was about 18 or 19. I think it caused some hassle within the family, so she came to live with Frank and Esther and almost immediately wanted Esther and Frank to adopt Jessica.
Esther was the most wonderful mother to Jessica. She doted on her and was so proud of her, like so proud of her. They were inseparable. They were so perfect together.
Well, you'd never think of one without the other. Esther was around us all our life. Jessica was only around a year and a half. But you couldn't see past Esther without Jessica. She was a funny little character. And they were just happy-go-lucky and they were made for each other.
Now their life together had been cut short by a fire apparently connected to a gas leak. But what had caused the leak itself? Detective Pat Tracy needed to find out.
We had to keep an open mind as to what it could have been accidental. You know, we had to investigate thoroughly.
Martin Walker, Superintendent, Kildare South. In September 1992, I was a guard and I was stationed in the small village of Blessington in County Wicklow, and I'd been there for a number of years.
Frank McCann owned and ran his own pub, the Cooperage, in Blessington.
I remember the 13th of August in 1992. It was about 7:30 p.m. I was station orderly, and Frank McCann arrived at the station window and he knocked. And he made a report that he'd received 3 anonymous telephone calls of a threatening nature, 2 at the pub in Blessington. And 3 callers essentially suggested to him that he better have the pub well insured, and stopped the conversation thereafter. On the 25th of August then, he called once again into the Garda station, and he indicated that he'd received another threatening phone call in which the caller suggested to him that he knew he'd called up to the lads up the road, i.e. the Gardaí, and that he and that fucker across the road better be careful from now on.
The threats against Frank McCann continued right up to the day before the fatal fire.
I remember the 3rd of September 1992, Frank McCann pointed out 2 telephone numbers that had been identified and circled in red in the local telephone directory. One related to the Cooperage, and it had the words burn written in red after it. That same day, we found the words burn you bastard written in paint on the rear of the public house.
Frank McCann had been receiving threats at the pub and at his house and to his phone. His wife and child were burnt in a fire and somebody had done this to him. So we had to investigate, and there was a certain urgency to it.
Frank McCann was not alone. In the same phone book was a threat against another Blessington publican.
On another page then you had the West Wicklow house. It had been circled in red and bastard written after that. In order to progress our local investigations, we interviewed the publican, and he confirmed that he had received 2 threatening phone calls also. It was very unusual. We'd had nothing like that ever before in Blessington in relation to any of the public houses.
We invited Frank in 3 days after the fire, and we documented all the threats that he had received. He was there quite a number of hours. He was a grieving husband, and we had to let him compose himself and continue on then with the statement. You know, he would have broken down a few times now.
The threats against Frank McCann cast new light on the investigation, and Police Detective Michael Campbell of the Garda Technical Bureau was now brought in.
I would have been at a number of house fires, but generally speaking, the section wasn't really required to go to a fire unless there was something turning out to be suspicious. It was cordoned off. I had a cursory look inside the cordon, into the front garden of the house. There was a fair amount of fire debris which had been thrown out from the house by the fire service, making sure that the place was as clear as possible and as safe as possible for the technical team to see what was possibly the cause of the fire. There was significant damage throughout the house. As you go through the house, it was mainly the scorching and the smoke damage. Coverings are peeling off the wall. It's inferno type. Now, the stairwell, the level of damage there was horrendous. You can see the intense burning on the walls and on the newel posts and balustrade. I was led to believe that this was more than likely the seat of the fire. The gable wall, that wall had been scorched almost white. There was very severe burning in that area. That was something of interest, well, certainly was of interest to the ballistics person.
It was their belief that a payload had been added to the fire. A payload, by that I mean an accelerant. The fire was so intense and the heat was so intense that it wasn't the result of a normal fire.
The forensic team searched for evidence of a possible accelerant and found a clue amid the burnt wreckage.
It was very early to say, but there was some suggestion of small gas cylinders that were found in the debris outside of the house, that they may have played a part in it.
We would have liaised with forensic people, and they would have been of the belief that it was arson rather than an accidental fire.
Meanwhile, even after the fire, the threats against Frank McCann continued.
Whoever is waging this appalling vendetta against the McCanns is not content with, the murder of his wife and child, because Frank is staying at the house of a friend and he gets a mass card from somebody signed the Reverend Byrne, a bad, not to mention sinister joke in the circumstances, and Frank is seemingly so upset by this that he collapses.
But some of Frank McCann's behaviour was harder to explain.
On the day of the funeral, we were going to Tramore, the Mass. We stopped halfway in Leyland Bridge for a bite to eat. We went in and had a sandwich and a drink. But outside you could see Frank walking around the hearse, talking to the car, talking away to himself. You know, which I felt then was strange, and still today I feel was strange.
There was more bizarre behaviour later that day as the funeral cortege passed a group of school children.
We were coming from the church, heading up to a relation of ours' house. McCann was shouting out the passenger window of the car that he was free and he was available to these young schoolgirls. You know, this was when he just buried his wife and his daughter. So he had a sick, twisted sense of humour, that man.
A third incident the same day left the family asking questions about his state of mind.
That evening, rather than staying around for more with the rest of the family, he made his way back to the pub that he owned because he was throwing his mother a 60th birthday and had arranged to have a birthday cake, which was a very, very strange thing to do.
His mother didn't want the party, but Frank insisted it had gone ahead, it was organised, and he didn't see a reason why he shouldn't be at his mother's party after just burying his wife and daughter.
Days later, Frank invited Esther's sister to visit the burnt-out home where Esther and Jessica had died.
He rang my mum and said that the house had been released back to him from the guards. And we went in and walked around the house, hadly burned around the hall, up the stairs, up onto the landing, into Esther's bedroom, into Jessica's bedroom. The shape of Jessica was still on the blanket in our cot. Her dowry was there, her bottle. The rest of the bed was all black, bar where she had lay. You could see her shape. Down the stairs and into the living room, and that was when he said to my mum he was thinking of putting an ad in the paper for some charcoal for sale, which nobody found amusing, bar himself.
Within a week or two after that, he went on holidays to America. So I imagine for the Gardaí, it must have all seemed like very odd behaviour and not typical of a man grieving after his wife and daughter had been killed in a house fire.
Frank McCann was well known to police in Blessington, but not because he had a criminal record.
Frank McCann was the owner and operated the Cooperage pub, which is on the main street in Blessington. Myself and some of our colleagues, we used to go in there for our lunch and have an occasional pint as well. And we got to know Frank. Wouldn't have socialised with him, but did get to know him fairly well. Frank was an outsider. He came down and he ran a successful business in the pub. Well liked, I would suggest, and well accepted into the local society.
Frank and Esther married in 1987. They set up home in Rathfarnham in suburban South Dublin.
Frank was consistent. Frank was solid. He was a businessman. He seemed like he had his world put together and he had respect in the community. You know, he was involved in Ternier swimming. He was a bit bland. He's not someone that you would ever have thought that Esther would have gone for, but he was solid, and I guess that's what she needed at the time when she wanted to start a family.
By 1992, Frank and Esther were close to having the family they wanted because they had applied to adopt baby Jessica. Now Esther was anxious to get the paperwork completed.
Esther was determined to make the adoption final and legal. She wanted everything about Jessica to be legitimate and that there was no question that she was Jessica's mother.
She just idolised the child, and the child just took over her whole life, and not in a bad way or in a hard way. She was well able for her, and everything was around Jessica. Esther would have been very strong on her family values, and She would have wanted her to be Jessica McCann, or to have her own identity.
But Esther was frustrated by unexplained delays in the adoption process.
I think Jessica was just only a few months old when they put the process into the works. And from the very beginning, they were met with resistance. But Esther never really had an idea of what the problem was or why the adoption was running into trouble.
When things weren't going right with the adoption board, she couldn't understand why every box seemed to have been checked.
I knew there was an issue or a problem, that the adoption hadn't come through, but I didn't understand as to why. I thought maybe because Frank worked unsociable hours in a pub and that he wasn't home and wasn't able to do things that he should be able to do.
The delays continued, yet Esther was offered no explanation why.
I imagine Esther was completely consumed by the fact that that adoption case was being held up and not having the full details of why it was, not going through. And meanwhile, bringing Jessica up as their own and being completely crazy about her. That must have been a very, very difficult thing to live with.
Detectives now looked closely at Frank McCann, a champion swimmer, who held a senior role in the Irish Amateur Swimming Association, and he had his eye on the top job.
He was due to be made president of the Swimming Association, and there was Olympics coming up, and this was all in the pipeline.
McCann obviously was a person of some public profile. He was a big name in swimming, first as a swimming competitor, champion swimmer, and then as a swimming administrator, vice president of the Irish Amateur Swimming Association, so he would have been well known.
McCann had a reputation for turning young swimmers into champions, but shared the credit with two colleagues.
There were a lot of high hopes for the upcoming Olympics for our young Irish swimmers, a lot of whom, had been involved with the association since they were quite young. And between them, George Gibney, Derry O'Rourke and Frank McCann had trained a lot of champions. And he would have been, right there in the centre of it all.
At the time of the fire, George Gibney and Derry O'Rourke were at the centre of a paedophile sex scandal involving their swimming students. But it had taken 10 years to come to light.
It's believed that there were complaints being made to the association, and as it so happened that it was Frank McCann who was dealing with them, and he was either ignoring them or explaining them away, so they never went anywhere.
Both Gibney and O'Rourke were close associates of Frank McCann.
They were regular visitors to their home in Rathfarnham, so he would have been very connected to them, and when they would come into the house, they would sit in the kitchen, the three of them around the table, drinking tea. And if Esther had any cause or reason to go into the kitchen, they'd just fall silent, they'd just stop talking.
Derry O'Rourke was later convicted on 29 charges of sexual abuse against minors and sentenced to 12 years in prison. The Supreme Court later quashed 27 similar charges against George Gibney.
He was charged last year, but an order from the High Court prevented him from standing trial on the basis that the alleged offences had taken place too long ago to ensure a fair trial for Mr. Gibney.
Detectives now discovered Frank McCann was also attempting to contain a scandal. It involved one of his swimming students.
We had somebody of a high rank liaising with the adoption board, and they were limited in what they could divulge. That there had been an objection to the adoption of baby Jessica by the mother of an individual whom it was contended was a student of Frank's.
It became apparent that Mr. McCann had had a child with a 17-year-old girl, and a complaint to that effect had been lodged with the adoption board.
The young girl that he got pregnant, who was 17 when she gave birth, was someone that he had been training. The baby had been born in and around the same time as Frank McCann and Esther were married. So that baby would have been about 5 years old.
The adoption board now has this complaint They put it to Frank McCann. He denies the complaint. Esther doesn't know at this stage that this is the cause of the problem. She only knows that there is a problem, and it proceeds from there.
The formal adoption of Jessica had stagnated to some degree, and Esther was concerned about this aspect of it and was going to address the issue directly with Frank on the night, I think, of the murder.
Police now re-examined events on the night Esther and Jessica died.
Esther comes home about 10 o'clock. Frank comes home for about an hour between 10 and 11. So at 11, Frank heads back to the pub.
Sometime after 1 a.m, with Esther and Jessica asleep upstairs, a fire broke out in the kitchen.
There was a crash of glass and a sudden flash of flame from the house. Some people coming home from a wedding saw the fire burst out, very intense fire, and raised the alarm.
Fire crews raced to the scene. About 1:30 a.m, Frank McCann arrived. He seemed determined to save his wife and child from the flames.
Witnesses spoke about how Frank McCann reacted, how distraught he was, about how he almost tried to climb the ladder and had to be held back by firemen from trying to get into the house. You know, there was a lot of screaming and upset.
Detectives already suspected the fire was caused by arson. Now further investigation revealed the gas leaks were also caused deliberately.
It became apparent that the gas pipes that were in the little utility room of the kitchen had been tampered with.
When they investigated, they found damage to gas pipes that could only have been caused by the application of intense heat at some point, in other words, by something like a blowtorch.
An engineer had sealed an opening or gas leak, and so it couldn't open again. He put an extra seal on. During one of the subsequent gas leaks, it transpired that this was parted. It suggested that a blowtorch had been used purposely and trained on this seal and had broken the seal and had been prized apart. Frank McCann was a cooper by trade. He worked in Guinnesses. He would have been working with barrels, using blow torches, sealing barrels, replacing damaged pieces of barrels and what have you. He would have served his time and became a qualified cooper, so much so that he opened a pub in Blessington and he called it the Cooperage.
A series of gas leaks. Frank McCann's expertise with a blowtorch, and his secret child with a teenage student. The investigation now had a clear focus.
If what we were uncovering appeared to be true, it was a dreadful scenario. Somebody has it in for Esther, you know, and it was pointing to one person.
But the threats against Frank McCann's life remained unexplained.
We canvassed Mr. McCann. Had he any idea, any rationale or reason as to why this crime had been committed and he'd been threatened in this way? Did he owe anyone money, or had he had a row or anything like that? Usual run-of-the-mill type of inquiries that would be the commencement of something like this.
He was contending that there was some organisation that he was under threat, and you know, we had to tread warily as well, you know. But inquiries revealed that this was not so.
There was an effort made to trace the telephone calls to his house and to the two pubs in particular. We were satisfied that, yes, it would appear that telephone calls were received, but we could never establish the genesis of them, who made them or why.
Various people would have been approached in Blessington and in Rathfarnham and around the city. You know, we would have had people with contacts in various organisations or illegal organisations, and these would have been approached and everything was coming back negative. You know, that there was no substance to these allegations of threats.
Police concluded that far from being the victim of threats, Frank McCann was the source of them.
He'd done the groundwork in Blessington then to cast doubt on any suggestion that he was the actual murderer. He was preparing a defence for himself.
As time was passing and more information was coming in by way of statements and little bits of information, it was decided we have a suspect.
With Frank McCann under suspicion, a series of earlier events were now cast in a sinister new light.
I think the most striking thing is the number of times he tried to kill them was just, extraordinary.
There was a documentation about the electric blanket which had been left on the seat on the back of a chair, and it was found on the bed and it was on fire.
Esther wakes up to find a folded electric blanket at the foot of her bed on fire, and she hadn't plugged it in. She couldn't explain this.
Something that sounded almost laughable was that her brake fluid cable had been cut. And then, I suppose the biggest one was that gas pipes had been tampered with in the house.
It all added up afterwards when you put all the bits and pieces together. But unfortunately, at the time, leading up to it, we didn't see it. Everything was calculated, devious. He just thought he was in control and he was going to deal with it the way he had to keep himself squeaky clean.
He'd planned for this and he'd tried to carry it into effect on previous dates. He was determined in his effort to kill his wife and baby Jessica, and that was obvious. On a human aspect, it was very, very much an eye-opener to think that a father could do that to a child, to his wife. It was almost inconceivable.
Police believe Frank McCann set a house fire to kill his wife Esther and foster daughter Jessica. They suspected his motive was to conceal the fact he had a child with a 17-year-old swimming student.
He didn't want his career or his good name destroyed. It was an unusual way of protecting himself and his own good character by murdering his wife and child.
He talked about cleaning up a mess that he'd made, but the cleaning up of the mess that he'd made involved eliminating other people. And just the idea that he was doing this to preserve a facade of respectability that he clearly didn't own in the first place, that was the shocking thing, I think.
Detectives now needed to prove Frank McCann had the opportunity to commit the murder and studied his movements on the night of the fire.
At 11 p.m. that night, Frank heads back to the pub. The barman of the pub says that he is there until 1 a.m. when he leaves. The local chip shop owner had meantime said that McCann had been in between 12:30 and 12:40 for a bag of chips and then left. And then another neighbour reported that the gate behind the pub had been heard creaking at 1 a.m. and she presumed that that was Frank.
The starting timescale for Mr. McCann's journey home from Blessington would have been near enough established with the closing of that gate.
Witnesses saw McCann arrive on the scene at 1:30 a.m, half an hour after leaving Blessington. Police needed to prove that was enough time for McCann to make the journey, start the fire, leave the scene, and then return, as if arriving for the first time.
Well, of course, part of my job, apart from surveying the actual scene itself, was to prepare other maps. I was tasked with driving the route along with a member of the investigation team from Blessington to Butterfield Avenue. drove in the N81 and in towards Tala and on up towards Butterfield. And I calculated the distance of that being 14.5 miles. We drove it twice at normal speed and a little bit maybe over normal. We might have gone over the speed limit once or twice.
Driving from Blessington to Rathfarnham after pub closing time, 1 a.m, no more than 20-25 minutes at the most.
My understanding with the investigation team was that this timing was crucial to support their view that Mr. McCann had time to get to the scene, set the fire, get away from the scene, and appear to arrive again a short time after, where the fire was in full furnace.
Police could now show McCann had time to start the fire, that he had the means, and that he had a motive.
We had established beyond refute that there was reasonable grounds to arrest him.
In November 1992, 2 months after the deaths of Esther and baby Jessica, Frank McCann was charged with starting the fire, but he had made a further, unexpected confession.
He was arrested under Section 30 of the Offences Against the State Act in relation to criminal damage by arson, and he was detained then for a period of time, 24, and then an extension of another 24 hours. However, the official detention time expired, and Mr. McCann, I understand, returned electively to continue the interview, and during the course of this period he made admissions of murder.
In his statement, Frank McCann described how he hugged baby Jessica, drove to Blessington to close up the pub, then returned to Rathfarnham and started the fire that killed Jessica and his wife, Esther.
Gardaí spoke about how he went into kind of a trance-like state and kind of spoke as if he was there at the time, talked to them through everything that had happened.
With his full confession now on record, McCann was charged with arson and double murder. His trial began on the 11th of January 1994, but 2 weeks later came to a dramatic halt.
Today, on the 14th day of the trial, the judge dismissed the jury. McCann wasn't in court when his trial resumed today. He's in hospital recovering from burns after trying to set fire to himself in Arbor Hill Prison last weekend. It's understood that he poured deodorant over his head and then put a match to it.
The question now was whether Frank McCann was legally insane or deliberately attempting to undermine his own trial.
Today, Mr. Justice O'Hanlon told the jury there was a question whether McCann was fit to plead to the murder charges. The case was adjourned until March the 23rd for a jury to decide whether or not he's capable of facing trial.
The court ruled that Frank McCann was fit to face trial for murder, but it was 2 years before he was back in court.
So it was a very protracted, long, agonising time for, I imagine, both the McCann family and for Esther's family as well.
But as the trial at last drew near, preparations were far from straightforward.
Everything with that man was control. Here he was again, trying to control the trial. Justice being served.
He had his legal team just running in circles. He had every trick in the book. He knew what he was doing. He knew he could drag this out, and I kind of think he knew he could almost be a celebrity from this trial.
Key to the prosecution case was Frank McCann's confession to murder, but defence lawyers argued the statement should be inadmissible as evidence. They said McCann had been held by police beyond the legal time limit. Detectives claimed otherwise.
It's my understanding that during the statement of admission, the period of time expired and Frank voluntarily came back in to complete the statement of admission.
If the trial judge accepted the defence argument, Frank McCann could walk free from court.
We would have had problems trying to prove the case without the statement of admission.
The judge accepted the confession was given voluntarily and could be admitted as evidence. But McCann still pleaded not guilty, meaning police would have to prove every detail of their case.
The second trial started in June 1996 and it went on for 10 weeks.
The second one was a marathon. I think it ran for 48 days in court, which of actual court time, which is unusually long. I think it was one of the longest cases in history.
Detectives needed to show the fire was caused not just by leaking gas, but that an accelerant was added to intensify the blaze. They commissioned a demonstration by experts in fire scene analysis.
We conducted this experiment in Abington in England with a forensic specialist to recreate the fire in Butterfield Avenue. There was people from the defence and the prosecution there. We were there for about maybe a week. We were trying to establish that accelerant had been used, and we had videos, and we showed that to the jury during the trial to show that accelerant must be used in this fire to generate the heat.
Young Irish Times journalist Frank McNally spent days in the packed courtroom.
This might well have been the first murder case that I was sent to, and probably the first time that I saw a big case like this involving a huge, long-running investigation and hundreds of witnesses coming to a conclusion. So it was a dramatic thing.
McCann was depicted by his lawyers as a mild-mannered man who would never hurt his family, and onlookers were struck by his calm demeanour.
He was pretty impassive throughout the trial, sat very calmly. On the actual day before the jury went out, I think at one point he was sitting reading a crime novel, and that would have been typical he would be reading if he was not actually talking to his lawyers. But very calm, and because of the glass, slightly austere, long, tall, thin, nerdish looking. There was nothing about him that fitted the notoriety that he earned via this case.
After 48 days in court, the jury retired to consider its verdict.
The jury system, it's a very old thing in a way. It's kind of a medieval thing that if you commit some terrible crime, you are judged by a jury of your peers. It's such a responsibility. People take it very seriously. It's not something they want to get over with in an hour so they can get back to their lives. They do tend to take it very seriously.
It's a tense time, and false dawns, and juries are brought back and they want to hear more and what have you, and you're reassembled and out again.
Any verdict had to be unanimous, but the depiction of Frank McCann as an affectionate father had divided the jury. After hours of deliberation, they returned to seek guidance from the judge.
It seems that some members of the jury were troubled by a piece of his original confession where he said that on the night of the fire, beforehand he had picked up baby Jessica and cuddled her and then put her back down to sleep.
Could a man who showed such affection to baby Jessica really have killed her just hours later?
That had sowed some doubt in some members of the jury, clearly, and we think that was why they were struggling with unanimity. That was at 6:15 on Thursday. They went away again. We all settled down thinking it could be several more hours, and instead they came back suddenly 10-20 minutes later.
The verdict came through that he was guilty.
As the family of the late Mrs. Esther McCann and baby Jessica wept at the back of the courtroom, the judge refused McCann leave to appeal.
It'll take a long time to get over it, but really, it's the end of one chapter. Now we can begin to grieve for Esther and Jessica. They won't be coming back.
My family were so relieved that the trial was finished that most of the adults in my family kind of really broke down that day in tears of exhaustion and just relief.
McCann of Butterfield Avenue, Rathfarnham, was found guilty on 2 charges of murder. Guilty of murdering his wife Esther, and guilty too of murdering 18-month-old baby Jessica. Tonight, Frank McCann is beginning his life sentence in Mountjoy Jail, ending the second longest murder trial in the history of the state.
After 4 years, justice was finally served, but the family's sense of loss is never ending.
I've lost an aunt. I've lost my cousin.
Frank McCann was a control freak. He wanted everything to go his way, to go according to Frank's plan. He was the centre of everything. It was the Frank McCann show and nothing else. My aunt and Jessica were just little side characters in his story.
It's not something that'll ever go away, unfortunately. It's like it happened last week. There's no turning the page or closing the book. It's as if it's... every time you see or hear of it, it opens it all up again. It doesn't go away.
McCann received 2 life sentences to run concurrently.
That kind of life sentence generally would last about 20 years. He's obviously been in longer than that, but he'll be out. And you would have to wonder, how fair has it been that he has really only served the length of 1 life sentence?
If anything, it probably makes it harder to live with it, to know that he can still live his life. He's deprived them both of their lives, and he can still carry on as normal.
Certainly it stood out that this man was terribly ruthless, and forgiveness, I cannot see how it could be given.
He's an evil, twisted, calculated person. No remorse, no nothing. Never ever apologised.
After 30 years in prison, in December 2024, Frank McCann was denied parole. Esther and her family remain convinced he should be kept behind bars.
I feel like it is very important for me, as Esther's goddaughter and as Esther's niece and as Jessica's cousin, that I continue to fight for justice for them. And also, I can't imagine how dangerous the world would be with Frank McCann walking the streets. And I just dread that becoming a reality. There is no one in the world who can convince me that my family will be safe if he gets out.
She was told, you're going to work as a prostitute. She'd never even thought of it before, never encountered it before. She spoke no English. She was told the terminology, what she had to do, how much she charged, and that was just her for the next few years.
They brought me to Belfast. I was made to work as a sex slave. I felt like a battery hand, but for sex.
We're seeing many more foreign nationals being brought in. It raised some suspicion about who was controlling this in Belfast and was there exploitation.
They say if I don't stop crying and do exactly what they say, that they're going to kill my mom.
We would see the victims transported to Stockholm or Belfast, and after a period then that would move to the next city. This was transnational crime that needed a transnational response.
They took her passport, she was beaten, threatened.
We would track who the money went to and follow that money, so to speak, to find out who was controlling it. We
We were speaking to the Swedes, we were speaking to the Romanians, we were speaking to Europol. At 1:30 p.m. on that day, we gave the order from Belfast to implement the operation.
My name is Rachel Skelly. I am currently a detective inspector in the PSNI's Organised Crime Branch, and at the time of this investigation, I was a detective constable in the same branch. I had always wanted to be a detective and was very lucky that when I passed my detective exams, I went into the Organised Crime Branch. We would generally focus on proactive operations. They varied in type. They could be drugs, robberies. At times we would receive intelligence to say there is a brothel, and as a proactive unit, we would actively take measures to attend such properties in order to safeguard people and to see if there is any criminality. Sometimes it materialises, sometimes it didn't. In June 2012, a young woman approached police and indicated that she had been a victim of trafficking. I met with her and it was just an initial conversation in a coffee shop, very informal. It's all about obviously making her comfortable. The picture she portrayed of what she went through was horrific.
The young woman was in her early 20s and from Romania. She became known as Witness A. Her words are taken from interviews and legal documents and are spoken by an actor.
I was working as a cleaner to make some money. One day, like any other, I was walking from one house to the next cleaning houses, when suddenly I was snatched off the streets. I was kidnapped. I felt someone grabbing me from the back. They dragged me, put me in the car, then locked the door straight away. Then they just drove off. I didn't know where they were taking me. I had no idea. Then they tell me they know who my mom is back home in Romania. They know my mom's name. They know her address. They say if I don't stop crying and do exactly what they say, that they're going to kill my mom. Someone said the words, "This one looks better." At that point, I knew I was to be sold for my body.
It's unimaginable. You know, you might read about it, but whenever you're hearing it from somebody, you realise just the consequences, the impact it has on them.
I was made to work as a sex slave. They advertised me online, then customers would come for sexual services. They would move me from place to place, renting flats to make a pop-up brothel. For example, in Belfast, there was a flat with 2 bedrooms. They never really gave us food or water. The living conditions were just awful.
It's obviously horrible to hear. It shouldn't happen, but it does happen. So we will take every step, do everything in our power to make sure that, you know, that they are safe.
I'm Dougie Grant, Detective Chief Inspector. I've been serving in the PSNI for about 20 years when the case began. Like any police officer, I started in uniform policing. And eventually I wanted to get into organised crime to use tactics against the most serious criminality that we're seeing. And Thankfully, I got selected for C1 Organised Crime Branch and led a team called Gold Team within C1. Human trafficking was a new area for us. At that time that we started the investigation, people still wouldn't admit that it couldn't happen here. It couldn't happen in Northern Ireland. It was becoming so prevalent and so common. We were seeing many more foreign nationals being brought in to work in that industry, and it raised some suspicion about who was controlling this in Belfast and was there exploitation.
Detectives began examining the websites where the women were advertised. In 2012, these sites were still a new phenomenon.
We were seeing in our general life a huge digitalisation of everything we do, online shopping, online services, websites, and criminality is no different.
Adult services websites are obviously where sexual services are offered by escorts. It was new to me. I hadn't really heard of it before. At that time, the advertisements were generally in newspapers, whereas then we seen it evolve the online world, and that's when it just seemed to expand and boom.
As the team investigated further, they discovered evidence of brothels springing up right across Northern Ireland and suspected other women were being trafficked.
As a result of the information that Witness A provided us, we had attended a brothel and spoke to a number of young women.
But Rachel and Doogie immediately faced a problem.
We didn't get the support of the victims. They wouldn't engage, and we thought that would be an easy thing to do, but it wasn't. We would go into the premise under a search warrant. We would identify the potential victims, and we'd say we're here to help you, and we'd offer them places of safety. And we had a victim support network that would support and look after any victims that we identified. We would offer all the support and services to remove them from that exploitation, but they just wouldn't take it.
The victims were simply unable to break from the physical and psychological control of the sex trafficking ring.
Over time, they were just so groomed. They are told, you fear the police. They were schooled what to say. If you ever encounter police, you say you're on holiday, the police are corrupt. They didn't trust us.
Witness A had been held captive by the gang for 10 months. Breaking the cycle of coercive control had not been easy for her.
I was thinking to escape. That was my thought. But they knew where my mom was. They knew everything about me. I thought I couldn't talk to the police, so I had nothing to cling on to. You want to run. That's one side of it. You want that. But at the same time, you can't run. I had nowhere to go. I didn't think things could get much worse. And then one day, I heard my captors talking about plans to take me to the Middle East. So I knew my opportunity to escape was now or never. So I opened the door and I just ran. I had freedom, and that's why I went to the police.
Witness A's experiences, the number of websites offering sexual services, were evidence of a criminal enterprise entirely new to Doogie and his team.
At that time, prostitution in Northern Ireland, it was local. It wasn't an organised crime issue. It wasn't in that severe category of criminality that we would see. So this had changed. As we gathered more intelligence and evidence, we identified a Romanian-based crime gang. They would traffic normally Romanian women into Belfast. We would see first an advance party coming in, as we called it. And that would be one or two individuals who would start renting properties, who would start putting the advertising on the various websites, who would start taking the calls and bookings. And then following that advance party, then we'd have the victims who would be travelling in. And the victims would be taken to the locations that had been set up. And then within sometimes minutes, the sex buyers would be arriving to avail of the services. They would operate for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then the women would be moved to a new city or location, and we'd see it happening. The cycle would continue then again.
Detectives Doogie and Rachel now began to look at the individuals running the trafficking ring.
Witness A gave us the details of the organised crime group members. a male principal, Ilya Annett, and his partner. And could have Schwartz would have been what we would refer to as an alpha female. They're the controller. They are generally in the presence of the other females who they make to operate as escorts, and it's obviously to have that control over them.
Identifying the ringleaders was one thing, but proving their involvement in court wouldn't be as easy. So police turned to the digital evidence left by the gang's online activities. It showed their trafficking and prostitution ring was international in scale.
As part of our new developing area of cyber investigations, we started scraping data from different websites and looking for commonality in advertising and imagery. And it started highlighting that there was commonality. We were seeing the same images go to other European countries. But predominantly it was between Sweden, Stockholm, and Northern Ireland, Belfast. And that's what we were seeing, the movement of the images. 2 weeks in one location, 3 weeks in one location, then moving to the next location.
Because of cyber capabilities, we were able to see that the profiles or the pictures used here in Northern Ireland were also used in the south of Ireland and Sweden. Hence why we've seen the connection. We could then see the movement of the victims and the suspects into Sweden.
The data from the website was critically important because it showed the locations where they're operating from. They were using IP addresses and identifying where they were accessing the internet.
The team's digital investigation showed the gang was active in Northern Ireland and Sweden, but it was run from Romania, home to Ilya Annett and Ankuta Schwartz.
We identified the Romanian gang were based initially in Bucharest, and then we would see the victims transported to Stockholm or Belfast, the images uploaded onto the websites, and after a period then that would move to the next city. This was transnational crime that needed a transnational response.
My name is Per Hjort. I'm a detective sergeant at the Swedish police. When the case came in Stockholm, I was working with a division that's worked against human trafficking for sexual purposes. We got a phone call from the PSNI and said that they had seen websites and the Romanian ring working in Belfast. And they said that we have the same girls on different websites. We kept in contact, sharing some information. They all started when our prostitution squad noticed a girl in a part of Stockholm. They went there and they noticed that she was working and there was customers.
Detectives continued their surveillance of the young woman, whose face they recognised from images on sex websites used by the gang in Northern Ireland. She became known to the investigation as Witness B.
We had 2 surveillance teams and we were filming the gang, where they lived, meeting customers, following them around. It was our division, it was the whole section. So we had Witness B on lots of pictures. We had some surveillance, see what she was doing. She was working, she was going on out calls to hotels and taking customers in their apartment. So we needed statements from Witness B. She was the key witness to get the things to court.
Witness B eventually agreed to give a statement. She revealed how she had been deceived by the traffickers and transported across Europe, only to be forced into prostitution. First in Belfast, and then in Stockholm.
During that period when we get more and more information, it was clear that she was a victim.
Witness B's words are taken from her own statements and are voiced by an actor.
I was 18 years old, living in Romania. A neighbor knew Ankuta Schwartz, and that I could get some work if I came to Northern Ireland. She said it would only be webcam posing, sitting in front of a computer in sexy clothes. Schwartz paid for my flight in March 2011. When I arrived, Yonut picked me up from the airport, and Schwartz was waiting at the apartment we went to. She explained to me that it wouldn't be online work. Instead, I would have to perform sexual services. I was in shock, but saw no other option but to do as I was told. On my very first day, within hours of landing at the airport, I had to take a customer.
A year later, she was still in the control of the gang and being trafficked between Belfast and Stockholm.
Then we contacted the PSNI again. Dougie and Rachel said that there are more remaining girls, probably heading for Sweden.
The victims were being transported through so many jurisdictions that the PSNI and the Swedish Police Authority decided to seek international cooperation across Europe.
On normal investigations with an international footprint, we'd usually reach out directly to the law enforcement in that particular country. But on this occasion, we decided to approach Europol. Europol is a European police agency based in The Hague.
It was my first joint investigation team. It was a new thing to work with colleagues abroad. I had big cases before. This was a new ballpark.
Detectives brought in the global expert in human trafficking investigations to assist the team.
My name's Kevin Hyland, and I'm a former UK police officer. I was the head of the human trafficking unit for New Scotland Yard.
Kevin Hyland has investigated how human trafficking gangs operate internationally and provided insights to the United Nations.
At this time, I had done a number of what we call joint investigation teams with a number of countries. The team from Northern Ireland came to meet with me, and everyone agreed that this was a case that would benefit from having investigation capability in Northern Ireland with Sweden and with Romania as a partner.
It enabled us to share information at a fast pace and obviously move the investigation on probably much quicker than it would have been done previously.
The notion of, this kind of coercive control in the issue of human trafficking, it was always used. I remember I used to talk about the invisible handcuffs. Most of these people who came over had never been to the UK before, had never been outside of their region. And they just become like robots with no decision making. And so they were just completely disorientated. So when they were told go from A to B, that's what they did.
Kevin recommended the Northern Irish and Swedish task force begin a coordinated surveillance strategy. In Belfast, this meant sending undercover officers into the brothels.
The objectives of those covert deployments, it was to engage with the adverts, find the premises, and then gather evidence inside those premises about the controllers, the security, the victims themselves. When we're in premises, be it a hotel room, be it an apartment, there's lots of different things we're looking for. Ultimately, this is about gathering evidence so we could save the victims. But the level of organisation and control and security and safety checks that the crime gang would put in place, it was extreme. Being searched for recording devices, being checked for covert cameras, being screened before you come into the premises, that you're sent to a standoff location so they can look to see if there's surveillance around you. It was a challenging situation. Our officers were unaccustomed to this, so we had to train them, we had to educate them, we had to gather information about how this business operated and how sex buyers operated, and that was a challenge. Some existing sex workers would work with us to tell us how this worked normally, what to look for and what the signs were, and that actually really helped us in the investigation.
In particular, undercover officers were able to gather information about the gang's financial activities.
One of the main inquiries for us around the suspects was financial work. We could see that there was a lot of money transactions being made at money services bureaus. The young women who were being exploited were either going and lodging the money. It wasn't actually the suspects doing it themselves. The girls were having to do it.
We would track who the money went to and follow that money, so to speak, to find out who was controlling it. And then when we gathered the evidence, we had the documentation showing that it was paid to the head of the crime gang back in Romania.
And that was Ili Anat and his partner Ankuta Schwartz, the same two people Witness A had named as being her traffickers. Detectives were now in no doubt about the focus of their investigation.
The two ringleaders for the gang were a couple, Ili Anat and Ankuta Schwartz. Ili Anat is the head of the gang. They were Romanian nationals and they had been involved in controlling prostitution and we suspected human trafficking for many years.
The gang leaders themselves were now placed under surveillance in Sweden and in their native Romania. It revealed how Anat was spending the money he'd earned from trafficking women.
Ili Anat would stay in the majority of his time in Romania, but we were aware from the evidence that was being gathered by the Swedish law enforcement and others that he was making a lot of money. He would party, he had new cars, he was living a very expensive lifestyle, and all this was coming from the exploitation of the women.
Ilya was just collecting money back in Romania. He was the top dog in the ring, so he was all involved big time, I will say.
And Ankuta Schwartz and Anna were using the money that was being made because they wanted this luxury life back in Romania, whereas people were being exploited to get that. I think it was great.
If you take a girl like Witness B, we could see that she'd been in Sweden over 100 days during the period. And she said that she had approximately 4 to 5 customers a day.
The amount of money that was being made could be as much as £100,000 a year per woman. So, you think if you've got 10, you're a millionaire. And your outlay, rental properties weren't as expensive then as they are now. They would bring people over on the cheapest routes. So everything would be done at the cheapest cost. And then your return was enormous.
In Stockholm, the surveillance operation revealed key details about how the sex trafficking ring operated.
That was Akunta was in control here. And also Ilya showed up sometimes in Sweden as well. And we were gathering economic transactions and started to see how much money they spent on flats and everything, collecting all the evidence. They rented flats. Sometimes they had 2, 3 flats. They also made out calls, customer calls for a girl, and then they had their own drivers. If they didn't have any drivers on scene, they would send them by taxi. They rented in different parts of the downtown Stockholm. It builds the case. You can see what do they do, how many customers do they have, and which apartments do they operate today, or where are they going now. And if you follow the girls from one flat, they can also give service in another flat. You can see the customer on the outside waiting to get the code to come in, and then you can follow him across the yard, and he goes into one of the staircases. It shows how they operate. It's not that far from here. We can walk to one of the flats, 600 meters or something from the city hall. We are now at a place where they rented apartments to give services for sexual purposes. And on the other side of the street, 50 meters on the other side, there's the Stockholm Police Department, and we have the police headquarters on the other side of the street, so they were quite near. During the surveillance, we saw a guy coming on a bicycle with a small toddler. He stopped by kindergarten, delivered the children, and on his way back home in the same area, he then stopped and made a visit in one of those apartments.
The customers would call the number on the profile on the website. Ancuța would usually answer and arrange the visits. The services listed on my profile were extreme. 69, anal sex, bondages, fetishes. I had to do everything Ancuța said.
It seems like some people think it's not a big deal. It's a transaction. Everything was fine, but if you look behind the mask, it's a victim. She's not there by free will. That's an illusion. Once you're trapped, you're trapped.
As one man after another visited the apartment, Witness B followed the gang's orders and transferred large sums of money back to Romania.
One responsibility they gave me was depositing the money at the money exchange places. The cash was always wired to Schwarz or Ionuț or their families back in Romania. They made me take pictures of the paperwork to prove I'd sent all of it.
The gang controlled the women by telling them they would be given money to send back to their families.
If that's the only way you can support your family back home, and you have gone that far, so you sell your body to send money back to Romania. They told the parents probably back home that they were doing au pair service or work as a cleaner or whatever. And the family were dependent on them to survive.
But the women saw none of the money.
They told me I'd keep half the money earned. I was in debt from the beginning. I was told the flight needed to be paid off, and after that there were always more costs. For example, website costs, always costs. So I never got paid anything, and all the money went to Ancuța. This is the way it worked for all the girls. The girls and me would be moved from place to place throughout Northern Ireland, places in Belfast, then in Sweden, Stockholm, places near there, then back to Northern Ireland. You lose track of where you are. After a while, it's all the same. Sweden, Northern Ireland, it's all the same.
Witness B was by now living under the total control of Ancuța Schwarz.
Over time, Ancuța got me to do more of her work. Organizing the flats, she'd send me out for groceries and to do the laundry, that kind of thing. I had to do everything Ancuța said. At first glance, someone might think we were friends, but it was more like I was her prisoner.
My name's Diane and I work for Belfast and Lisburn Women's Aid. I think one of the things is we see that women look like they're walking about on their daily lives. They're able maybe to go to the shop. Why do they not just leave and find help? And I think that's where we look at the definition and we look at what coercive control actually is.
Diane works to support survivors of human trafficking and sexual abuse.
The fear that women experience, what's out there, where are they going to go when they leave, the mistrust, who does she turn to, who does she go to? That psychological imprisonment is what actually women are experiencing, that they feel they cannot escape, they cannot go anywhere through a matter of fear and desperation.
Surveillance in Stockholm provided Dougie and Rachel with valuable intelligence. But the investigation was about to be transformed with evidence gathered by Swedish police using a power unavailable to detectives in Northern Ireland: phone tapping.
The European law enforcement agencies used what we call telephone intercept very extensively for gathering evidence. It's not something in the UK that we'd ever be allowed to do in that kind of situation. But Getting access to that level of intelligence was critical for us. We were able to gather more information on the sex buyers, how they were interacting.
The wiretaps captured a side of the victims' lives that the surveillance footage could not.
It was very difficult to listen to some of the telephone calls. Just give it a minute.
Să faci bani aici pizda să te țin. Lânchinii trebuie să-i scol la pensie, cât de curând. Îți dai dracu de bani asta dacă vrei să facem treaba așa cum spun eu. Da, domne, e acceptat, da, domne, ok, dacă e dracu. Da, tot o să mă caute, că n-are ce să facă, înțelegi?
On the wiretap, we heard a Kunta talking about Witness B. Witness B was treated very bad. They took her passport, she was beaten, threatened. In the mornings, a Kunta will check the mobile phones, have any customer made any calls during the night. We had heard on the wiretaps a Kunta yelling at her, why don't you answer the phone? Come back in 50 minutes, otherwise I kill you. Finish that customer, you have another customer waiting here.
Clients could also be heard on the wiretap complaining if a victim was unwilling to perform certain sexual acts.
Hello.
Hello.
What is your problem?
She do what is in the profile. It's only like that. You understand? You don't talk to some bullshit idiot. Listen, we start with this.
If you want, I can send now, okay? No problem.
Okay. Okay, then I call police. Pa.
Ankuta Schwartz would shout at me and beat me. It really hurt. I was only allowed to sleep 3 or 4 hours per night. She would spit on me to wake me up. Things got worse. Worse than the services listed on the website. I was made to receive customers even when I was having my period. Sometimes I had clients who demanded that condoms not be used. Schwartz made me go with all of this. She told me a wet wipe could be inserted in my vagina for protection. I really believed her. So I did this. I never wanted to do this.
Financial records, surveillance footage, and phone recordings all implicated Iliad Annett and Ankuta Schwartz. But to prove they were controlling prostitution in Belfast, Dougie needed to prove that the pair were in the city. So he went back to basics.
This investigation was being conducted in a number of ways, and through the digital evidence we identified IP addresses that were being used, and that brought us to this area that we believed had been used by the group. And some of our investigators were fantastic, and they just decided, let's just do what we call old school policing, just to go and knock on doors and ask people, did you see anything? Have you seen anything suspicious in the area over the last few weeks or months?
Now these old school methods brought new information.
To everyone's surprise and shock, they knocked a door. A gentleman answered, and they explained what they were there for, and he said, I know exactly what you're looking for. And he produced photographs that he had taken of what he called suspicious activity. And that suspicious activity was foreign nationals that had come in with young women, and they appeared to be in control of them, and it didn't sit right with them. We couldn't believe it. It was the ringleaders from the gang. It was the two suspects that we'd always identified in other countries, but we never managed to get them all together in Belfast, and we now had a picture of them. The photograph that we obtained, it put the two main suspects on the ground at the time in the area of the establishments that were being used for this. It was critical for us. It just moved the investigation on weeks, if not months. All the different layers of evidence, from the travel, from the website bookings, from the IP evidence, the verification photographs, It was all building the picture. At some point, we had to say, let's go now. And I was in discussions with my counterpart in Sweden. And as we were having that meeting one day, we got a notification that the victims were moving again. The adverts were being brought down. They were going to set up somewhere else. Would they go back to Stockholm? Would they come back to Belfast? We didn't know. So we made an immediate decision at that point. It's now. Now, let's do this now.
Detectives in all 3 countries now planned an audacious operation. A coordinated strike on the gang in Northern Ireland, Romania and Sweden.
We needed to arrest Ilyanot as well, and he was in Romania, so it was to get everything in one, all the small pieces in one bucket.
At this point, we said, we have victims in Belfast, we have victims in Stockholm, so let's take action now. And that was decided to be the 25th of April 2013. We said we're going to have the day of action right across Europe simultaneously.
In Stockholm, police needed to rescue victims from the control of their traffickers. In Bucharest, police planned to arrest Ilyanot, and in Belfast, Dougie's target was Nkuda Schwartz, who was in control of Witness B. And this all had to happen at exactly the same moment.
As I was sitting in the control van in the street, we were speaking to the Swedes, we were speaking to the Romanians, we were speaking to Europol. At 1:30 p.m. on that day, we gave the order from Belfast to implement the operation. We didn't want to send dozens of people into a premises to just overwhelm the situation and the victims. Whilst we had dozens of officers deployed, we tried to reduce the numbers that actually went into the premises, maybe 6 officers going in initially, but ready to respond if the situation escalated inside.
So please, English. Police officers.
I'm arresting you under Section 3, Swedish Penal Code. What is it?
This warrant has been obtained for offences committed in Sweden.
But I'm here, no, in Sweden.
Yes. These offences occurred in Sweden.
For what? What can I do in Sweden?
Aggravated procuring.
What is this?
Prostitution.
Prostitution, right.
We identified 2 victims in Belfast. We made the arrests, and simultaneously we were doing arrests in Bucharest, gathering all the digital evidence, the telephones and the laptops, the computers. In Sweden, more victims been rescued.
What is it?
It's challenging. I think you really want to help. They were all told that they knew their families back home and they would harm their families, and they genuinely believed that, and there was that real risk. They definitely weren't living, and I think as time went on, it was very apparent that the control became more and more, and that's whenever the force became more. What they were put through was just absolutely horrific. They'd no quality of life, being in a country on your own at times, having nowhere to turn, because she did have that distrust. She didn't know anybody, she didn't know where to go.
Detectives moved quickly to gather evidence, but also to see to the victims' welfare.
When we deal with victims of human trafficking in Northern Ireland, our priority for them is to get them support and access to services. Support from Women's Aid, it gives them access to doctors and health, so that was something that we ensured from the outset that they got.
There was ourselves, the police and Red Cross, and also interpreters, which were added into the mix as well because the women were foreign nationals, didn't speak English. So we sat with each woman and explained what our service was and what we could provide, and had an open conversation with them.
The women were very fearful because they didn't understand what was happening.
Lovely really to meet you. My name is Heather and I work for Belfast and Lisbon Women's Aid and I support female victims.
Some of the young women, their clothing looked as if they hadn't been changed in a long time. They looked as if they hadn't had facilities for showers for a long time. We did one-to-ones with them and made them understand that, you know, this wasn't their fault, this was a crime against them, and that the police were investigating. At that stage, the women didn't want to engage, but we did give them our telephone numbers and our names, and later that week some of the women got in contact with us, and we were able to carry on building a relationship with the women and give them that one-to-one support.
After Ankuta was arrested, it was strange for her to be gone. She had such power over me, now it was gone.
It was an intense 48 hours following that day of action as we brought suspects to custody, executing European arrest warrants, bringing the victims into places of safety, debriefing them and telling them what we knew and getting their support. It was an intense time. I don't think the investigation team slept for 2 days.
In Northern Ireland, there are good measures for protection of victims, very good measures, probably amongst the best in Europe. There was a very pragmatic approach, particularly with Women's Aid, who worked very closely with Police Service of Northern Ireland. So support mechanisms were there because of people on the ground.
Trauma really impacts really, really deeply, and you can have a freeze response. And that's what I think we seen that day. Those women were just frozen, and they didn't really want to engage. They didn't know what was happening. While it was very well explained to them what was happening, they were still traumatized by this. They came back to us, and we were able to build a much better rapport, a much better understanding of what they had been through. They were able to share their experience much better.
I met thousands of times with police, social workers, people that helped me. Looking back, I never wanted any of this to happen. And it took a lot of talking to process what had happened to me.
We would work extensively with them. We got them into counselling, so there was a lot of support given to help them understand the impact of what had actually happened. Those women have told us during the act of sex, that unwanted sex, rape, which is what it, when you break it down, that's what it is.
They treated me brutally. Only animals can do that to people. If I'm saying no, they have no heart. They sell people who are living.
There's a process the brain would go through that they take themselves off into another place, so you can disconnect as well.
She said, one day I'll put a knife in you.
With human trafficking, we work extensively over a long period of time with women, but this one, I think it was a month or so before they returned home, but it was extensive work.
Detectives and prosecutors now began to prepare for trial. Their case relied heavily on evidence from witness A and B, but both women were still vulnerable to threats of violence from the gang.
After the police arrested the ringleaders and rescued the other girls, I had to step back. They had always threatened my family right from the start, so I couldn't risk going to court. I couldn't do a statement. I had too much fear for my family and for my safety.
Witness A withdrew from the trial. It was a serious blow to the case.
We needed the victim testimony. We needed that victim evidence to say how this actually occurred and the level of control and fear that they had, because that was the really impactful aspect of this case, to show that level of control, coercion, and exploitation.
Now the entire case rested on witness B agreeing to take part in the trial.
She was scared what could happen if I start to give evidence. What will happen to my family? What will happen to my life? She was in a very vulnerable situation. When she decided to go along and give a statement, I think she She felt it was the right thing to do.
I managed to pull myself together, but inside I still feel like a small, anxious girl.
Witness B's corporation ensured a trial could go ahead.
We made a decision in the large stage of the investigation that it was more effective to have the prosecution in Stockholm. We were able to use different forms of evidence. We were able to use the telephone intercept evidence. It resulted in the suspects being extradited to Stockholm.
They were immediately extradited to Sweden. The trial took place there. Myself and a colleague interviewed Ankudda Schwartz in the prison. She said she wasn't a controller. She didn't take any money, denied any responsibility, any knowledge. She then said that Ilya Annett, who was her partner, who she had a child with, he was actually controlling her, and that she tried to then say that she was a victim. She changed her story.
It would now be up to the court to decide the truth. Witness B's evidence could not have been more important.
My name is Eva Windsau, and I work at the National Public Prosecution Department. We work with organized crime in Stockholm.
Witness B's testimony was vital to Eva's case, but she was concerned the pressure might be too much for her.
How will this victim be able to talk in front of them? It could have ruined everything if she hadn't been able to speak out and tell her story in the courtroom. I didn't know if she were going to manage that.
Ilya became very angry when he found out that Witness B should give statements, so he threatened. He said during the interrogation, "I will kill her," tried to threaten a witness.
Eva petitioned the court to spare Witness B from testifying in front of the people who had trafficked and controlled her.
I was a bit nervous, so I think we had done everything we could do. I remember that first day when the court had the pause and was thinking about, will we accept this request or not? They said no. Then I was, oh God, are we going to manage this or not?
Witness B now took to the stand and faced her traffickers.
I was worried that she wouldn't manage to give her story in front of the suspect. I think she found it very hard to sit in front of the suspect to tell her story, but she did. She did it very well.
The trial lasted nearly 2 months. At the end, Annett and Schwartz were found guilty of human trafficking and controlling prostitution.
I think the work that we'd done, that we were satisfied that there was no way they were going to avoid a conviction. Ultimately, it was successful, and we were able to then identify more victims who were previously or currently being exploited.
When we spoke to Witness B as a victim in Sweden, the one thing I would say was the difference in her demeanour. It was unbelievable. She was confident. She obviously could speak a bit of English at that stage. She was happy. She was hugging us. The Swedish police had obviously done so much to gain her trust and turn her life around.
We were very pleased, and that's sad because it's quite rare that we manage to prosecute and get a conviction for human trafficking. So that was very good for our team and for the police team as well.
Annett and Schwartz were both sentenced to 4 years in prison to be served in Sweden.
The sentences, though, were light. People would say, is that enough for what they committed? The sentencing is a matter for the courts, and we won't make judgment on that. But it was a prosecution.
The suspects were jailed in Sweden. and detectives had a strategy for making sure they also faced justice for their crimes in Northern Ireland.
The agreement was that when they were released, we would then extradite them to Belfast, and they would come into Belfast courts and we would prosecute them for the criminality here. So I think when they were released from prison in Stockholm, they expected to return home, and I think the disappointment they had that they thought they were going to walk away from this was evident at the time. We brought them back to Belfast and they were remanded back into custody.
However, laws in Northern Ireland and Sweden are different, so the team could not rely on using all of the same evidence again.
In Sweden, they are allowed to use telephone intercept. In the UK and including Northern Ireland, telephone intercept is not allowed to be used in evidence.
But prosecution lawyers had already prepared a way to make sure the contents of the recordings could be shared with the court. Per himself would describe what he heard.
When they were planning the trial in Belfast, I was asked to come over and give a statement about what we had found out on the wiretaps, because in Northern Ireland you can't use the wiretap, but I could have told them what we hear on the tapes.
Faced with Per's testimony, Annett and Schwartz each pleaded guilty to human trafficking, controlling prostitution and money laundering. They were sentenced to a further 2 years in prison.
I think what was done on this joint investigation team with prosecutions in one country and then, doing prosecutions in another jurisdiction, I really think it's a great model. And if somebody decides they're going to commit crimes in 2 jurisdictions, you should expect to face the penalties of 2 jurisdictions.
I would hope in the future that we would see longer sentences that would reflect the type of abuse and criminality that they've inflicted on the victims. But I think we did see a change as a result of this investigation. We certainly saw the disruption of the crime group. We certainly saw the victims being rescued and removed from this exploitation.
The perpetrators may have been brought to justice in 2 jurisdictions, but the market for women trafficked for sex remained.
If you sell drugs, you sell them as a one-off. You sell a woman and you can sell her over and over and over again. It's a multi-million-pound business.
From the 1st of January 2024 to the 31st of December 2024, we supported 473 women just in human trafficking. We had 129 children and we had 47 pregnancies.
When those women are sitting and a man walks through that door, she doesn't know what she's going to experience. She doesn't know the level of violence she's going to experience, how her body's going to be violated for money. This is definitely exploitation, and anybody that is using a woman who has been trafficked, it's a rape.
For witness A, having her abusers behind bars gave her the courage to speak out and advocate for the change in the law to make buying sex illegal.
Impression upon Northern Ireland, what we will bring is that it's a safe place for people to come, and that would be a definite moment in the making of history of this country.
In 2013, Lord Morrow drafted a bill which was presented before the Northern Ireland Assembly.
The private member's bill includes a clause which would criminalise people paying someone for sex.
The logic behind this clause is clear. It seeks to reduce demand for sexual services, which has been a major driver for human trafficking in our province.
In December 2014, 2.5 years after witness A contacted police in Belfast, the bill was passed into law.
There'll always be a case for criminalising and legislating that, but I think education is by far going to be the most successful way to deal with this demand.
This crime is about vulnerability, and the money it generates all comes from that money that goes in at the bottom.
I think the public in general needs to understand that buying girls for sexual purposes is just feeding the organized crime.
I think if we're going to predominantly men who are buying sexual services, do you actually know what is behind this? Do you understand the harm you may be causing? Do you understand the revenue that you're generating for the crime group, that you're funding the exploitation of women?
Still an issue, it's still growing very much. There's still a lot of it that is quite hidden out there. That's why we do the raising awareness, for people to actually look out, and if they do see something different that's happening out there on the streets, to make police aware of it, because that's the only way we're ever going to win.
This case was actually in some ways quite groundbreaking, but human trafficking isn't going away, and it's something that we continuously, actively pursue and are so dedicated to doing it. It means a lot to me personally. I'm now the DI in that team. We are working with victims, so we will take every step, do everything in our power to make sure that we eradicate it as best we can.
As a result of the investigation, 13 women were rescued from sex trafficking. Witnesses A and B each now live free in Europe under new identities.
I know that whilst it was horrific, both those witnesses are okay, and it's really nice to see.
You have to be glad for when you succeed. Yeah, I'm proud for our division, also for the PSNI. It was a good case.
We're able to bring all the tactics, all the capability, and all the expertise within the PSNI and European law enforcement working with us to stop this crime. And that's why I'll never forget this crime.
Now I'm wiser. And going through that experience, it gave me more strength because I can appreciate my value as a person, as a human being, and even as a woman. I have reasons to live today, and that will not be taken away.
This was a man who was really the godfather of heroin in Ireland.
The tsunami of heroin suddenly hit Dublin. It went from bad to disastrous overnight.
Some of the kids were robbing their mothers, their fathers. There were syringes on balconies.
This was a life and death issue for an awful lot of people.
The guards were never going to give up. Young people were dying, communities were devastated. He was a mercenary. Nobody had been employed in an undercover capacity working in drugs. It was a dangerous, challenging environment. All roads led to Larry Dunn.
Inner city Dublin in 1980, a tight-knit community suddenly torn apart by a brand new epidemic.
Today, our government recognises that we may have as many as 4,500 heroin users in Dublin City.
You'd inject yourselves on stairways, anywhere, gardens.
There's chaos beginning to happen on the street. Some of the kids were robbing their mothers, their fathers.
It's a living hell. You hang out in squats, you'd eat out of dustbins. You would literally do anything for drugs.
The individual addicts felt isolated, hopeless, and were prepared to die knowing they had no other route.
The one man who started this heroin epidemic was Larry Dunn, a professional criminal from a family of professional criminals.
The Dunn criminal gang were what we would now call probably a local Irish cartel. They were the only real gang in town. They were quite powerful, they were very violent, and they were quite ruthless.
The drug squad knew Larry Dunn because he'd had more than 30 convictions, and there were 4 brothers in particular from the family who were working together. Larry Dunn was the biggest of them. He ran the biggest criminal network of importation of heroin.
Michael O'Sullivan is a former Assistant Commissioner of An Garda Síochána.
I joined the Guards in 1977, and in around 1979 to 80s, I was a young detective operating in Dublin City out of Dublin Castle.
Michael joined a team tasked with cracking Ireland's heroin trade and bringing down Larry Dunn.
Prior to what they now call the heroin epidemic, the drug scene really was mainly hippies and a small trickle of hard drugs. The tsunami of heroin suddenly hit Dublin. The police weren't prepared for it, the communities weren't prepared for it. It went from bad to disastrous overnight.
Heavy drug deal was going on. Many people died, families were destroyed, and communities were ripped apart.
Brendan O'Brien, former journalist with Today Tonight in RTE.
Brendan produced an investigation that for the first time showed Ireland the effect Larry Dunn's heroin was having in Dublin.
The drug scene that I'm describing and that the programme revealed was totally unknown to the wider public.
About 2/3 of Dublin's heroin is brought in by the big commercial pushers. One group in particular controlled most of it.
Heroin was so widespread, it was growing at such a pace that there was probably about 5,000 serious heroin addicts. What was clear to me was, when I talked to these people, that they wanted their story told.
Like, it's hell on earth for anyone that goes on heroin now. Life is fucked, finished.
The more I talked to people and looked at what they were doing, the more I realized that this was a life and death issue for an awful lot of people.
I doubt we'd ever get on.
So what do you see up ahead in the future?
Dying.
Nobody knew anything about heroin and heroin sales in 1979, including the criminals. It was just a completely new phenomenon. Open dealing in the flat complexes and on the street corners, their kids going to school, looking at dealers who were supplying heroin to their children, who were attracting other criminals and other drug users. It was a learning curve for everybody. You learned on the street, and the people on the street learned on the street. The drug squad at the time consisted of a sergeant and 7 or 8 men. I realized how fast the problem was growing.
Michael now began to study this new criminal underworld, and the man at its heart, Larry Dunn.
Larry Dunn was part of a very large family from the south inner city, born into an Ireland that was, grindingly poor, and his particular background was especially poor. The family brought in an income by selling clothes on a stall on Francis Street. Because their father was involved in crime, their uncles were involved in crime as well. It was more or less inevitable that the Dunn boys would also become involved in crime, and they became quite well known to the guards from an early age for carrying out things like stealing cash and shoplifting. And of the 10 Dunn boys, all of them bar 2 ended up in various reform schools. Larry himself spent time in a reform school in County Offaly, and really by the 1970s they ran a very well organised robbery gang, and that was their main occupation.
From the late 60s, early 70s, there'd been an upsurge in nosin-related crime. Initially you had paramilitary groups robbing banks and other sources of income, but then ordinary criminals realised how easy it was, so they got in on the act. So you had an upsurge in armed robberies in the 1970s, and detection rates fell quite dramatically.
Larry Dunn seized the opportunity to cash in.
Larry Dunn and his criminal gang were responsible for a lot of bank robberies, jewellery robberies. They would travel throughout the country committing crime.
But armed robbery became an increasingly risky business.
One really influential event occurred in 1980 when two Gardaí were shot dead during an armed robbery in Ballahadreen. At that point, a lot of resources were put into the guards, and the guards were told that they had to clamp down on these armed robbery gangs.
The Gardaí managed to get their act together and they set up an emergency response unit. Those units could respond within literally 3 or 4 minutes to a report of a bank robbery. So more and more people got caught robbing banks and penalties increased. So people began to move into other areas of activity which were less risky.
Larry Dunn needed a new way to make money. And events unfolding thousands of miles away gave him the opportunity he needed.
As Gardaí began to clamp down on armed robbery gangs all over Ireland, two very significant events took place internationally. You had the revolution in Iran and you had the Russians invading Afghanistan.
The aristocracy there, who owned vast wealth, turned their wealth into something that would make them get their money out fast. They turned it into heroin, they sold it in Europe, and Europe was flooded with heroin.
So conditions were really perfect in that sense for Larry Dunn and his group, who were transitioning really from armed robbery into the drugs trade.
Larry Dunn at the time and his gang had connections with the UK, and he saw the profits that were being made. In around 79 to 80, he began with a number of associates to bring heroin into the Irish market.
Larry Dunn knew exactly where he wanted to sell it, in Dublin's inner city, where he grew up.
My name is Mick Rafferty. Since the early 70s, I've been a community activist, mainly in the north inner city. I grew up in the Docklands in Sheriff Street, which was a complex of flats. The docks were booming. My father was a docker. His grandfather was a docker. But there was a very sudden change with containerisation in the 60s. Within the space of a very short time, there was almost total unemployment.
Well, you had to work. There was other men outside to take a job. You had to pick out your own way of living in life. Otherwise, you go hungry.
The state seemed to adopt the attitude that people were in the way of progress. That was the cause of a lot of issues that arose, a lot of alienation of communities, particularly disaffected youth, who were still behaving, to some extent, as if they could leave school and get a job. So they were young, vulnerable, and ripe for manipulation by criminal elements.
Now Larry Dunn flooded the flat complexes of this vulnerable community with heroin.
In the early 80s, it was one of the central places where they sold heroin. And dealers came from all over the city to sell drugs here because it became known as the place.
Children saw addicts shooting up on the balconies, the stairs, even the playgrounds.
They come to the flats because the main supplies was there.
We have seen these addicts come in here in the middle of this playground, and the young children here, and have been injecting themselves.
My name is Anne Buckley. I grew up in Fatima Mansions during the 80s and 90s. In 19, I started smoking heroin. It was a difficult time. The women and the families, their minds were consumed with the chaos that was going on, all the drug dealing.
Michael O'Sullivan and his colleagues in the drug squad struggled to police these communities.
Big challenge was that because they focused in the inner city of Dublin, they used flat complexes and lookouts. It was very, very challenging, very difficult to get up close and personal to identify who the dealer was and seize the drugs.
Complexes were a favourite spot because most of them were built around a central square. Teresa's Gardens, for example, or Hardwick Street flats. It's almost like a theatre. You've got these apartments, you've got balconies, and people can look out and chat to each other. You've also got very few entrances, so it's very easy to keep an eye out if the Gardaí are coming along, for example.
They became more innovative and more strategically placed in what you would call mini fortresses with steel gates and steel shutters on windows.
It was clear to Michael that Larry Dunn was responsible for the unfolding heroin epidemic. But gathering enough evidence to arrest him was a challenge. Dunn's nickname said it all.
Larry used to say, Larry doesn't carry.
He wouldn't carry the drugs.
Larry doesn't carry, he had everybody else carrying.
Cracking Larry Dunn's drug-dealing ring required a new approach. For the first time in Irish drugs policing history, detectives from the National Police Service were to be sent undercover.
They decided that one way of dealing with it was to pretend to be addicts. And then once they bought it, they could nab the person selling it to them. And they were called the Mockies because they were mock addicts.
Nobody had been employed in an undercover capacity working in drugs in Ireland. Myself and the people that I worked with had the advantage of the local knowledge. We were from Dublin and we understood the local geography. I was young and small and skinny. I was just an average guy, so I just blended in, I guess. You were dropped in the deep end with the people you worked with and told to make the best of it. It was a dangerous, challenging environment.
Michael posed as a drug user and hit the streets of Dublin.
You went out to infiltrate groups and figure out where the drugs were, who was selling them, how much of it was around. It was about putting the pieces of the jigsaw together, figuring who was who and where the money was coming from and where the money was going and how the heroin was getting in. In dealing with drug dealers, you had to be convincing, you had to look like you needed heroin, you really to be on your guard for a change in the mood of the situation.
If you want care, right, just go up to a flat, right, and you just bring up your money, right, and you can get it straight away like that, and then you just go out and use it.
2 or 3 minutes is a long time to be on your own in any location. In those days, you did this type of work without a radio, without a firearm, so you had nothing to sort of protect yourself. So frequently you would meet drug dealers, and so you frequently found yourself in a back alley of some side street. Backup was really no good to you because they wouldn't find you in that space of time. You took certain risks and it became an occupational hazard. When a move was made to arrest them, some of the people I worked with were assaulted quite badly, stabbed with syringes, got their hands scarred, pieces of flesh bitten off. In the ensuing struggle, violence was just part and parcel of what went on.
40 years on, Ireland's modern drug squad owes its existence to Michael's team of Mockies.
Angela Willis, Detective Chief Superintendent at the Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau. The basic principles that were developed back then by the original drug squad have grown to what we have today here in this covert bureau, which is the Garda National Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau, the Mockies. I think they demonstrated a desire to tackle the issue and a willingness to acknowledge that this was a significant issue that wasn't going to go away without an appropriate response.
Every day Michael spent undercover as a drug user revealed more about the mechanics of Larry Dunn's heroin operation.
His customer base had greatly increased because the more heroin he sold, the more people got on heroin. The numbers of addicts had greatly increased, and he was making greater profits.
He would allow them use heroin for free, they would run up debts, and he could force them then to go on these courier trips to various parts of Europe and bring his heroin back into Ireland. He then used the same tactic really when he was starting off drug dealing. He would give potential customers of his free drugs, and because he knew that once they took the heroin once or twice, they'd very soon get hooked and they would be back again and again. There were also very few other people dealing heroin at that time, so his investment in that young person by giving them free drugs, that investment really came back to him rather than going back to, some other rival drugs gang.
Larry Dunn had Dublin's inner city in his grip. Meanwhile, he built himself a lavish lifestyle.
He wore very expensive clothes, Armani suits, soft leather shoes. When he was in his pomp, he was making a lot of money, estimated to be about £10,000 per week at one point. And he really embraced this whole lifestyle of the wealthy gang leader. He drove luxury cars. When he was banned from driving, he was able to employ a chauffeur.
Today, the Criminal Assets Bureau gives the state power to seize wealth from known criminals. But in the 1980s, it had yet to be established. Despite Dunn's long list of convictions, his huge wealth was beyond the reach of Michael and the police.
We had a huge disadvantage. If a guy was caught with 20 grand in his house and you couldn't say that was from dealing, well then he got the 20 grand back. It's as simple as that. And if he bought a big car and he never worked in his life, Larry Dunn, to my knowledge, in all the years, I never knew him to work. These people flaunted their wealth in a community that was devastated. Again, that only heightened the feelings that these people were making money from the misery of and the suffering of their kids.
Larry Dunn's heroin now drove a surge in other types of crime, as drug users broke the law to fund their new habit.
They only did two things. They went out to rob, to make money, to buy drugs, to inject themselves when they got it.
How much a day does it cost you to feed your habit?
Probably £100.
Well, where do you get £100 a day?
I couldn't say that.
It would take 100 quid a day to feed your habit. So you can imagine the extent of the criminality that generated.
With drugs, you had people, particularly young people, who were robbing from their own families. They were desperate for money. They'd rob from next door neighbour, they'd rob from elderly people, anyone that was vulnerable.
Apart from money, what else did they steal from you?
They took my shorts, my new shorts.
People wouldn't open their doors. People were afraid to go to the shops. Elderly people were afraid. It was crazy. Like, it was scary.
People were preying on each other. So it created huge tension in communities.
People robbing houses, flats, muggings. It was a complete desperation.
People don't take the problem seriously until it hits them. I remember about 6 months ago talking to some of the families here, some of the parents, and they didn't realise that a problem was going to start.
Michael could now see how Larry Dunn's heroin dealers had infiltrated entire inner city communities.
Some of them were quite brazen, like dealing from their flats. So what you'd have is a queue of people going in to deal. They would shoot up on the stairways.
The community responded by coming together to attempt to drive the dealers out.
We had drug addicts from everywhere. We just got together and said, like, enough was enough, and tried to do something about it for the sake of our children that was getting brought up in the area.
The Concerned Parents Against Drugs was an attempt to have a coordinated pushback against the drug pushers. What you're dealing with is children, and we're talking about children between 12, 13, 14, up to the age of 24 or 5, killing themselves.
As we see people who are on drugs, it's only sinking into
it's not until it actually happens to you that you believe.
Yeah.
And then it's too late.
It was a mass meeting. People said what they thought. Names were given, who was pushing, who was stealing, and it was agreed these people had to leave the community.
One such meeting was organised by two anti-drug campaigners, Mick Rafferty and local politician Tony Gregory.
Each year, over the last few years, 10 young people, mainly in the inner city areas of Dublin, have died from heroin use. And this year, already so far this year, 10 have died.
One of the meetings in Rutland Street School, the man himself, Larry Dunn, came in and I was chairing the meeting and he stood beside me. And I can tell you I was a bit nervous, And he started plumazing the audience by saying things like, you all know me. I'm like yourself. A lot of yous are street traders and dealers. So that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything different from what you're doing. And Tony, who was in the audience, stood up and stood beside me. And he said, Dunn, Mr. Dunn, you're dealing in debt and chaos And you should be ashamed of yourself coming from the same class of people as they are now destroying.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou.
When their prayers failed, the community took matters into their own hands.
We would gather information, we'd invite them to a meeting to present the evidence and ask them to stop. And if they didn't stop them, we'd march on them.
They had watched for years people on balconies selling drugs, kids dying, and nobody cared.
We feel that shortly it'll be impossible for a youngster to get through adolescence without encountering pressure to use drugs.
You sympathised with the communities who were taking matters into their own hands. Sometimes they get misinformation, and sometimes they got it wrong.
The trouble started this afternoon when a number of them occupied the house and barricaded themselves in. They say the house was being used for drug pushing. The family who'd been living there had to be given a Garda escort out of the area.
But the community's rage at Larry Dunn proved vital to Michael's investigation.
The communities were a great source of support because they knew what was going on and they knew who was selling. They knew where they were selling, and in many cases they knew who they were selling for, and they had no loyalties to these drug dealers. And the local communities would say, look, the guy down the road has a brand new car now and he's moving house and he hasn't worked a day in his life, and my kids are on heroin.
You just knew that these were the family that were known to bring in the drugs, and the women and the men would be very angry at them. Don't fucking say hello to me, you. How fucking dare you? You know, the cheek of you to think you can say hello and everything's normal and this is what you're doing.
So people came forward to tell you, what are you going to do about these guys? It was a source of up-to-date information coming from the communities.
The communities weren't the only source of Michael's information. The dealers themselves showed little loyalty to Larry Dunn.
If you look at the nature of the Garda operation, the information that it had, it knew where to find Larry's drugs and so on. And you would have to say that some of the men around Larry were actually supplying information to the guards.
With this wealth of intelligence, Michael could now aim higher than the dealers on the street.
Our aim was to work up through the channel of distribution to target where the main source of heroin was coming in, to try and take people out at the top of the pyramid. Larry Dunn and some of his criminal associates, they have to be lucky all the time. We only have to be lucky once.
And then Michael got his break when he discovered a weakness to Larry Dunn's operation that could turn the odds in his favour.
A lot of mistakes that some of his people made was using heroin, and it made them careless.
One of his problems, and which really turned out to be his Achilles heel, was that every time a courier brought drugs back from Europe for him, he would test the drugs himself. He would actually sniff some heroin. Larry and the men who were close to him became hooked on drugs.
I think there was an air of invincibility in their mindset, that the people on the ground will get caught, the people who live in the inner city will get caught, the people who are at the front line selling drugs and who are storing the drugs, they'll all get caught, but we're 2 steps back. And I think they just got comfortable and they got complacent.
All Michael needed was for one of Larry Dunn's generals to make a mistake.
One of the inner circle met with me and sold me drugs. He was later sentenced to 7 years. It put them on the back foot. They started to make mistakes. And then it got to the stage that there were more of the inner circle caught than there were free. And it put them under increased pressure. They sort of became paranoid, and there was a level of distrust among everyone they dealt with. He needed that network. He needed to be able to have trusted lieutenants. He was running out of allies. No longer was it a smooth, well-oiled machine.
Drug addiction was finally undermining Larry Dunn's own inner circle. Michael could now build a more detailed picture of how the gang operated.
The heroin trade worked in the form of a pyramid. Somebody at the top of the pyramid, a senior figure, Larry Dunn, who gave the orders and coordinated the sale of drugs. He had his people in Amsterdam and his people in London and Birmingham, where they had close contacts with the people who were bringing the heroin in from Afghanistan and from Pakistan. He would arrange the price through his close associates. Couriers would bring the drugs in. Somebody who would be very trusted would meet them. They would cut up the drugs, give it to dealers on the ground who had one foot as an addict and another foot as a dealer. They were selling to feed their own habit, and they would then pass the money on to the guy at the next tier. He in turn would give it to the guy at the next tier. He would send it up. It would eventually get up to the money man, and the money and the profits generated would be used to bring in more drugs.
But what Michael really needed was evidence to link Larry, who doesn't carry, to the actual possession of drugs. Police got their chance. Intelligence said drugs were being stored at Dunn's family home in Rathfarnham.
All roads led to Larry Dunn in those days. On the day of the search, the detective sergeant had got a drugs warrant to search Larry's house in Rathfarnham. Simultaneously, a jewellery robbery had taken place, and the serious crime squad believed that the jewellery may have been in Larry's house. So the serious crime squad arrived to search Larry's house for jewellery, and a half an hour later the drug squad arrived.
When Gardaí raided his corporation house, they found heroin, cocaine and cannabis resin.
There was a cocktail of drugs found there. There was £60,000 worth of heroin, cocaine and cannabis found in a pillowcase in his daughter's bedroom.
For Larry Dunn, this was a rare but crucial mistake.
And there was a number of other bits and pieces and cash found, but more importantly, the heroin was found, and therefore there was evidence that he could be charged with. It's very rare for somebody at the top of a pyramid to be in possession of the drugs. I think Larry was so busy at the time trying to coordinate everything he was doing. You could say he dropped his guard. It was great for the ordinary people who saw this guy on a pedestal, proving that crime pays. That was what he frequently said. And a lot of young criminals saw him as a role model. It was a game changer for the young heroin industry that Larry, who doesn't carry, was caught.
Larry Dunn was charged with possession of drugs, but the laws of the time meant he was released pending his trial.
One of the frustrating things for the communities, they couldn't figure out how guys were getting arrested and they were back on the street the next day, but that was the bail law. He realised that worst case scenario, he might go to prison. He needed to make as much money as possible to build a nest egg.
He was on bail for the best part of 2.5 years, during which time he accumulated huge sums of money and increased his activities.
He reorganised his criminal enterprise. He then decided that he needed to relocate.
He was able to buy a house in Sandyford. He was able to pay with that with cash.
No Dublin criminal in the past 20 years had managed to put money aside like that and move up and move out. So he bought Gorse Rock, which was a beautiful location overlooking the Wicklow Mountains. It was a little bit like a fortress. It was going to be more difficult to get to him. But it wasn't over till it was over, and the organisation was running a very profitable enterprise, and they weren't going to go away that easy.
Dunn ramped up his operation. He expanded from the inner city into South County Dublin, bringing the drug epidemic with him.
Not only are we talking about something that is, if you like, in tough working class enclaves, this was much more widespread than that.
Dunleary, like other parts of the city, has witnessed a heroin epidemic. Young people dying without the public really knowing.
He would have controlled, I would say, about 90-95% of the heroin trade. People from the outskirts interacting with people from the inner city were trying out this drug, and the tragedy was this: people start using heroin, it's next to impossible to get off it. So his trade just mushroomed.
I watched my friends for years. I saw how long it took them to get addicted. I woke up sick. My body started shaking. You can't sit in your own skin. It's like spiders crawling all inside you, but yet you're sweating, you're vomiting, you're soiling yourself, and you can't control it. So your normal bodily functions have been taken over by a substance. So if you don't have that substance, that opiate, you can't function.
You're not living, you're just existing. It's a filthy world.
At a human level, talking to a pregnant woman or somebody who's injecting themselves, endangering their lives, was very hard to watch. But professionally, it was exactly what I wanted to be able to show. Now, that sounds a bit hard, but I wanted people to see the true reality.
In 1982, Dunn was still on bail, and local politician Tony Gregory fought to make Dunn's drug epidemic a political issue.
The community is certainly playing its part and will continue to play its part to destroy the heroin barons, as they're called.
He and Mick Rafferty secured a meeting with Irish Prime Minister Charles Haughey and demanded action.
And we gave him the results of what was called the Bradshaw report, which indicated that 10% of young people over the summer had become addicted to heroin, and it was spreading. And we gave him the name of the people, the Dunns, that we thought were primarily responsible, Larry Dunn in particular. And Haughey picked up the phone to the then commissioner, Patrick McLaughlin, and said, "Patrick, I want you to do something about this problem. And I want it done urgently. I don't want any delay." And he put it down. And he just said to us, "Now, lads, we'll get some action done on solving this problem."
Once Tony Gregory went to Charlie Haughey and complained about the heroin epidemic, the Garda efforts were really ramped up then into the men around Larry Dunn. A lot of surveillance was carried out on them, people who would courier in drugs for them from abroad, people who would sell the drugs on the streets. So you really have this sense of the net closing in on Larry Dunn.
Dublin, 1983. For 3 years, a heroin epidemic has engulfed the city.
10% of young people over the summer had become addicted to heroin.
Police know the man responsible.
All roads led to Larry Dunn. He would have controlled 95% of the heroin trade.
And now they have the evidence to bring him to court.
There was £60,000 worth of heroin, cocaine and cannabis found in a pillowcase in his daughter's bedroom.
In April 1983, Dunn finally faced trial for possession of drugs found at his home in Rathfarnham.
Larry Dunn went on trial before a judge and jury in the Central Criminal Court in Dublin on charges relating to the possession and supply of illegal drugs.
There was a lot of media hype and pressure in relation to the trial. He was eventually coming to court.
At the time, a conviction required all members of the jury to agree on the verdict.
At the end of the day, the jury failed to agree, and the jury were discharged, and another date set for a retrial. So, Larry was free to go about his business until the next trial. There was a lot of speculation that people may be intimidated.
The guards who worked on the case always believed that Larry Dunn had actually tampered with the jury.
The jury were noble, basically. And that was one of the reasons why it was so important to get him and to send him down from the Gardaí point of view, from everyone's point of view, because otherwise, if these people are allowed to become a law unto themselves, well then, the legitimacy of the state is undermined.
Before he went on trial again, the law was changed and the courts were able to accept majority verdicts then from juries. And what that really meant was, it meant that organised crime was less able to tamper with a jury.
By the time the second trial came along, the pressure had greatly intensified by community groups, a lot of media pressure. This was one of the most important criminals over the last number of years.
The game was probably up at that point, and he really knew that. It became very clear to him on day one of the trial that the evidence against him was just overwhelming.
On the first day of his trial, Dunn was granted bail to go for lunch.
And the fact that he got bail during his trial, to many people, was beyond belief. And it is beyond belief, because he had a track record as long as both your arms and legs.
He hatched the plan, and that plan was to abscond. He was able to, walk out of the court during lunchtime, go for his lunch. He got changed in the toilets in the pub, and really that was all he had to do. He was gone.
He had been in court to hear prosecuting counsel open the case, but after lunch failed to return.
There was outrage that he was let escape, and there was disbelief that he was let escape.
They essentially looked everywhere for him. They arrested about 40 people, raided about 40 houses looking for Larry Dunn. They weren't able to find him.
The search for him became nationwide, and police forces in other countries were also asked to look out for him.
Despite intensive efforts to find him, Larry Dunn remained at large, and community anger was growing.
We just couldn't understand how he was given bail. Extraordinary. And that was sort of flying in the face of justice. I remember one woman saying, these dealers are going to sleep on silk sheets while my daughter lies on a marble cold slab in the morgue. Where's the justice?
It was really embarrassing for the guards. They put in a huge effort over a period of several years to try and catch him and his gang. The embarrassment grew and the anger in political circles grew when the Garda effort to find him failed.
My personal views were that he would be caught because the guards were never going to give up. The investigations were never going to give up. He would be away for a while, but sooner or later he'd surface, and when he'd surface, we'd bring him back. It was difficult to convey that to the communities who felt cheated again.
100 years he should have got. Right, that's enough. A lot of them, yeah, and anyone belongs to him.
Larry Dunn had disappeared, but the destruction he caused was all too visible.
For the wider audience, the Larry Dunn story was the story. But underneath that, the addiction continued and the horror stories continued, and it was still getting worse. There was probably about 5,000 serious heroin addicts.
Families were wiped out. Like my auntie lost 4 of her 5 children, all under the age of 30. Another neighbour lost 5 out of 7 of their children.
My boy was carrying for them all over at 12 years of age.
This is your boy now who's an addict?
Yes.
So much potential lost to the person, the families, the community. Ireland, so many gifted, talented, really, really smart people died from the heroin epidemic. It's unnatural. It's on a scale that I may never fully get over.
This was a man who was really the godfather of heroin in Ireland. 40 years on, there are still thousands of heroin addicts in the country. Really the same areas that Larry Dunn targeted are the ones that have the worst heroin problem now.
Almost 2 years after he disappeared, there was still no sign of Larry Dunn. But Michael's instinct said he would resurface.
Larry was a home bird and he was a dub. He was laying low, assisted by trusted associates in the suburbs of Dublin.
Police did everything they could to make life for Dunn as difficult as possible.
In his absence, he had actually gone on trial. He became the first person in the state to be convicted in their absence before the Central Criminal Court.
Now a convicted criminal, Dunn took his cash and fled Ireland.
Larry ended up going to Spain. He hung out in places like Fungirola, Marbella, Malaga. He lived a lifestyle like the way a tourist would. He spent a lot of time on the beach. He exercised very regularly. He swam in the sea. He went for jogs very often. He also hung out in Irish bars quite a bit. He actually went from Spain to Thailand to try and kick his heroin habit. He underwent a treatment program out there.
But as one of Ireland's most wanted men, Dunn's fugitive lifestyle couldn't last.
And he was getting off a ferry at one point over in Portugal. A police officer checked his passport, suspected it was fake, took him into custody and raised the alarm. And when the Portuguese police checked with the Irish police, they obviously realised they had a big fish on their hands. They caught Larry Dunn.
Back in Ireland, It wasn't just a prison sentence waiting for Dunn. There was fury.
Dunn was led out of the court, flanked by a dozen uniformed gardaí and several armed detectives. The crowd shouted abuse and threw eggs, and at one stage the gate of the courthouse was slammed against the Garda van, causing minor damage.
He received a 14-year sentence, which was a very big sentence in those days. It was a sense of satisfaction to the people in the inner city, albeit limited satisfaction, because they still had children who were heroin addicts, some of whom have died. Their families were destroyed. It was poor comfort to them.
I mean, we genuinely believed that once you got a few of the key dealers, the problem would ease.
It was certainly a significant moment, but I knew with Larry Dunn gone, he'd be replaced and we'd have to rebuild the investigation to focus on the next Larry Dunn.
The roots had been laid. To celebrate Larry Dunn being out of the picture was short-lived because other dealers simply emerged. And unless the cause of the problems are dealt with, you will get the reincarnation of the Larrys.
There's plenty more Larry Dunns around it, and everybody will have to stand together and root them all out. That's what I say.
If you focus so much on getting the big dealer and putting Mr. Big away, creates the illusion you've solved the problem, but of course you haven't. Miss Big gets replaced by a lot of little guys who make it even harder to get on top of the problem, and some of whom will eventually become big themselves.
No one knew this better than Dunn himself.
When Larry Dunn was being led away to start that 14-year prison term, he turned to journalists and said, if you think we're bad, wait till you see what's coming after us. And really, you'd have to say now that he was proven right.
He anticipated his own legacy by that phrase, that if you think I'm bad, you want to see what's coming. But he created what came after him.
The next generation were more cunning, certainly probably smarter. They had learned from the mistakes of the predecessors, and they had learned how to hone their skills in trying to avoid the police.
Throughout the 90s, these new gangs became increasingly violent, even assassinating an innocent journalist.
It was really only when Veronica Guerin was shot dead that we accepted, I think, as a country that we had a serious organised crime problem.
And that was the big wake-up call for the state. They realised that these guys are not just a threat to working class communities, they're actually a threat to the foundation, of the state.
As generations went on, they became more violent. People then started to get shot and contract killings, and it became more professional, more violent, more global, more sophisticated, and they became more wealthy.
The scene in Dublin's north inner city of the believe they may have discovered the murder scene so far cost 18 lives. Heavily involved in drug trafficking and violent crime.
The drugs trade then just really took off from the late 1990s. It was all types of drugs that had spread to all kinds of areas all over Ireland. And people of all the social classes were taking, heroin, cocaine, cannabis. We have too many crime gangs now to even name them all. The drugs trade has really spread all over the country, and the world has changed quite significantly from the time of Larry Dunn.
Larry Dunn was released from prison in 1995. But the law wasn't finished with him yet.
Larry Dunn displaying very visible signs of wealth. There was nothing they could do about that at that time. We didn't have legislation which allows for the confiscation of assets. They didn't have legislation specifically enacted to deal with the drug situation.
In 1996, the Criminal Assets Bureau was set up to confiscate the proceeds of crime.
The first thing that the Bureau did was to really target people like Larry Dunn, those old-time guys who had, built up property portfolios, who had, large sums of cash in the bank. That kind of, lavish lifestyle, high roller, being chauffeured around in an expensive car and buying a house in Sandyford for cash, that was all taken from him. Larry Dunn died in May 2020. He was aged 72 and he had been suffering from cancer for quite some time. His health was very poor, and really his personal circumstances were very poor indeed. He was actually living in a shed in his daughter's garden during the last years of his life.
Anne was in addiction for 17 years. She found a path to recovery following an attempt to take her own life.
And that's when I took charge of my life back. But I knew I had a lot of work to do. So I went into detox and treatment, trauma-informed treatment. I feel alive today. There's education today that I can avail of that I never had the opportunity. It wasn't there. I feed my brain and I give myself knowledge. That's what I do today.
For those who witnessed it firsthand, Larry Dunn's legacy is one of death and destruction.
My abiding memory is doing the interview with the guy shooting up, looking for a vein to put the needle in, and basically killing himself.
He pioneered organised drug distribution in Ireland. It was never there before. He put a structure on it. He brought in the product. And from that, people saw the market and followed on.
His legacy is a whole generation of young people who were lost. And if you go down to the memorial down in Buckingham Street and the Christmas tree at Christmas time, and you see all the names of kids who have died are put up on the tree, that's Larry's legacy. Larry, who doesn't carry, killed people. And his legacy is the grief of mothers and fathers, of course, who lost their kids because of drug addiction.
Young people were dying, communities were devastated. He was making profits. He was a mercenary. The people who worked with him were mercenaries. They didn't care.
I think the complexities of this case were quite unique. There were so many unknowns. It showed how cold and callous people could be.
I didn't really know what to think. I was 14 at the time. It just all seemed a bit weird to me. Something you would see like on TV. Like it's not something that actually happens to like you and your family.
Whenever you put things together, you can just see it unravelling. He had made his mind up.
These two relationships that she was having with these two men were both fiery relationships.
You can see the wheelie bin caught up in the branches. This is so unusual. This has to be connected.
There was so many poignant moments where things could have ended so differently for Pat.
I was just wanting to know why he actually did it. I'm Morgan McCormick and I'm 19 and I'm from Newton Arts. I was really, really close to my dad growing up. When I went to work, I would try and pull sickies to go with him so I could just sit in like the wee creche area and play with all the wee toys and stuff. Growing up, I just was always clung to my dad. I was always daddy's little girl, and he always called me Flossie. It's just like a father-daughter bond. It was always just me and him. My dad always picked me up to bring me to school. I got up around 7, got in the shower, straightened my hair, and then put my uniform on, putting my blazer on, doing my tie. He would normally come around like 8ish. He didn't show up for ages. And we were just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then it just got to a point where I was like, oh, he's not here. So then my mum had to take me to school and I was a wee bit late. And I was telling my friends, like, it's really weird, my dad's not replying. My friends were all like, oh, that's not like him.
Hello, I'd like to report a missing person, please. It was initially reported on Saturday the 1st of June, and it was a work colleague of Mr. McCormick who had reported him missing. My name is Heather Campbell. I'm a Detective Chief Inspector in the PSNI. I was in a team of specialist investigators who primarily investigate any major incident or major crime. It was actually William McCormick, but he was known by everyone really as Pat McCormick. He was 55 years old in 2019, a father to 4 children. He worked as a care worker, and he also had a part-time job as a caretaker in one of the local churches. For the past while, he had been living back home at his parents' address in Saintfield. The local CID detectives were treating it as a missing person investigation and were carrying out all of the normal activities. You go and speak to the last person he was with, the last people he'd spoken to, his friends, his immediate family. The concern that police had escalated quite quickly. Mr. McCormick had just disappeared, hadn't made any contact with anyone, which is very unusual. He hadn't used any form of social media, he hadn't used any banking that was linked to him. Hadn't been reported as being involved in any incident, he wasn't in a hospital. And the people that were closest to him simply did not know where he was. It was highly unusual that he hadn't picked up his daughter from school on the Friday. He would do this every day. He would take her to school and collect her. Without any warning or notice, that just did not happen on the Friday.
I came home to the police being there after I got home from school and everything, just to talk to us and tell us he's filed as a missing person and stuff, and they were looking for him and trying to find his car and everything because they couldn't find his car at first. I didn't really believe any of it. I was 14 at the time, so I was just like holding on to all the hope I could. So I just thought of it as, he's just being silly, he's not actually missing sort of thing. Something you would see like on TV. Like it's not something that actually happens to like you and your family. I was like, he's around somewhere, like they will find him eventually.
Heather began her investigation by building a timeline of Pat's final movements.
It became clear that Mr. McCormick had last been seen on Thursday, the 30th of May, 2019. That was when he was at home at his parents' address in Saintfield. At around 5 to 9 in the evening, he had received a phone call. His family would report that it was a short phone call. I think it just lasted just over 2 minutes. From what they could hear, it sounded like the female was making the call was maybe upset or distressed.
Pat had recently separated from his wife following a relationship with another woman, Leslie Ann Dodds.
My dad cheated on my mum. He obviously moved out of the house and started living with my granny. So I knew of Leslie Ann. I met her a couple times before I knew any of that.
Pat's mother overheard his call. She believed he was speaking to Leslie Ann, who lived 8 miles away in Cumber.
After that very short phone call, Mr. McCormick had made the decision to travel to Cumber. Leslie Ann Dodds was 20 years old. She had met Pat through work. They worked together as care assistants, and during that time, a relationship had developed between them. It seemed like the relationship had been going on for a number of months. The exact sort of reasons why that relationship started wasn't necessarily clear to police. There was a significant age gap between Pat and Leslie Ann.
Heather knew that Leslie Ann was potentially the last person to see Pat, and they had to talk to her.
She actually reported that she hadn't seen him since Tuesday the 28th of May and had not been in contact with him, which was probably the first point where police started to think there's something not quite right here in terms of what we're being told.
This conflicted with Pat's mother's account of the pair talking the night he disappeared.
We were starting to get information from phone data, from witnesses, from colleagues and friends, which clearly, a lot of people knew they were in a relationship, and there would have been daily contacts between Leslie Ann Dodds and Pat, certainly up until the Thursday when he went missing. We also were keen to then check Leslie Ann Dodds' address in Cumber because we believed that that was the location that he was travelling to on the Thursday night. That was met with some suspicious resistance. She just didn't understand why police would want to check there for him, and she certainly wasn't willing to come to meet police to let us do so. And again, that was a bit of a red warning flag to police that something's not quite. This isn't how a normal girlfriend or friend or partner would react to someone that was missing.
My name's Jennifer Ray, and I'm a detective inspector in the PSNI. Leslie Ann wouldn't come over to allow them into the flat. Her mother had told the police that Leslie Ann Dodds didn't want to, in case she got arrested. Her mother had said that she would give permission for them to force entry. So a period of time later, the local police and team officers then had to force their way into Leslie Ann Dodds' house because they had no other means of accessing the property at that stage.
It was a second floor flat in a multi-occupied building, and it was right on Castle Street, right in the heart of Cumber, on one of the main busy roads through the town.
There was a very strong smell of bleach in the communal hallway as they entered the building. Whenever they went up to Leslie Ann's flat, there was no sign of a disturbance and nothing really that would suggest that anything had happened and that Pat wasn't actually in that house at that stage.
It was unheated, there was no electricity, so it was quite clear that no one had been living there, perhaps for weeks before that.
Leslie Ann's behaviour wasn't that of a concerned girlfriend, and detectives soon discovered a reason why. There was another man in Leslie Ann Dodds' life.
David Gill was Leslie Ann Dodds' fiancé. I think they'd been together 4 or 5 years before this happened. I don't know how long that the affair was going on, but there were suggestions from Pat McCormick's wife that this had been going on from round about Christmas, so maybe 5 months. It seemed to have been quite a tempestuous relationship, as was Leslie Ann's relationship with David Gill. David is 26 years old. He was unemployed and lived just outside Cumber by himself on a family farm building there. The next piece of information that police became aware of was that Mr. McCormick had actually contacted police on that Thursday evening when he travelled to Cumber.
Police Service of Northern Ireland, can I take your name, please?
It's William McCormick.
Okay, and how may I help you?
I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to sound silly here, but I'll tell you what it is. My girlfriend called down to see me here in Cumber, but I was down earlier and I seen her ex-boyfriend's van hiding in a, scared of him, maybe waiting on me, coming out of her flat to give me a beating, if you know what I mean. And just wondering, getting police standing there waiting for me because he's a bad boy, so he is, you know.
Right.
He's definitely hiding somewhere, like, I'm just a bit concerned.
It's quite unusual to have a direct contact with police immediately before someone goes missing. So this was really critical to our investigation and a real key piece of evidence.
He's threatened me before, so he has.
He has hit you?
He's threatened to do me in, yeah.
He threatened to do you in, and did you report that at the time?
No, I didn't, because I didn't want any hassle, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just go down there and check his van still there, so well, I just need to be very careful, so do, that's all. But he's a big brute sort of a fella.
You ring me back if there is any any danger at all, or if he is with the van, or he threatens you in any way.
I'll ring you back if there's any danger, so well, thanks very much. Okay, thanks very much anyway.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you, bye-bye, bye-bye.
This conversation gave us a really good insight in terms of just how Pat was feeling that evening, what prompted him to phone police, what was going through his mind, what thoughts he was having, and also a bit of a background in terms of potentially who this other boyfriend was. It's obviously very relevant to a missing person investigation whenever it's uncovered that there is a fear on behalf of the victim, and also in terms of potentially threats that have been made previously. So it was very vital that we tried to garner anyone that would have any kind of threat or hostility towards Pat at this point. We didn't have strong evidence to support that he had come to harm. Obviously, it was a hypothesis being followed, but there absolutely was evidence that he had come to Leslie Ann Dodd's apartment potentially to meet David Gill there, or certainly that he was present there, and that there was involvement of Leslie Ann Dodds. So the decision was made that both David Gill and Leslie Ann Dodds would be arrested on suspicion of kidnapping. This then allowed us to bring them into police custody, to carry out whatever searches we needed to post-arrest, and also to get their formal account in terms of what had actually happened.
Just 3 days after Pat's disappearance, detectives made a decisive move.
Police then attended David Gill's home address, where they located Leslie Ann Dodds and David Gill in the early hours of the morning on the 3rd of June. And they were both arrested and brought to the police station.
Pat McCormick was last seen here in Cumber on Thursday evening. A 26-year-old man and a 20-year-old woman were both arrested on suspicion of kidnapping.
Heather knew they couldn't hold the pair for long, and every hour that passed left detectives more concerned for Pat's welfare.
Usually the information would be growing in terms of intelligence as to why he had been kidnapped or abducted or taken, where he may have gone, what the motive behind it would have been. But this was quite an unusual case because there wasn't any of that. Mr. McCormick had just disappeared. There hadn't been any demand or menaces for money or anything associated with the kidnapping.
Pat was now missing for more than 72 hours. Time wasn't on their side, and detectives were increasingly worried Pat may have come to harm.
The team were working flat out, speaking to witnesses, gathering CCTV, and there was still a lot of early information, which was really helpful for the investigative team. I think we had in excess of over 80 different sites of CCTV that we were interested in and around Cumber. There's also, I think, in excess of 170 witnesses identified in those early days, so there was a lot of people to talk to.
Heather was hoping CCTV would allow her to piece together the movements of both Pat and David Gill the night Pat disappeared.
CCTV was viewed in and around the area of Castle Street in Cumber.
Behind me is the building where Leslie Ann's flat is located, and also Castle Street. And we know that David Gill had parked his transit van a little bit away from the flat, then walked up Castle Street, in through the archway and into the property. We know Pat drove up and then left the area. He returned. He parked just off to my right here on High Street. And then we see him on CCTV crossing Castle Street in through the same archway, and that is the last sighting of Pat McCormick alive. 43 minutes later, we see David Gill exiting the same location and walking away from this scene.
Heather and Jennifer suspected that there was an altercation between the two men while they were in the flat, but they had no proof, and hoped technology could provide some.
Quite often, phones would be seized as part of an arrest and give an insight in terms of relationships and connections with people. Phone data is really important to any major crime investigation. It obviously provides both geographic location, but it also provides a picture as to not just how people were moving, but how they were interacting, what phone calls were made, what phone calls weren't answered, what attempts were made to phone people.
The investigation turned to cell site analysis to build a timeline of movements of both the suspects and Pat that night.
Cell site analysis is the way in which we are able to locate the general area of a mobile phone from the phone records that it's created historically. Then, depending on the case, we would use radio frequency surveying for the finite detail as to whether that cell provided coverage at a specific location or not. My name is Paul Hope, and I'm a cell site analysis and radio frequency surveying expert.
Paul can use the data from mobile phone cell sites to establish the location of a particular mobile phone.
When you look at the call data, it appeared as if Dodd's phone had been phoning the victim shortly after 9:30.
This was the phone call heard by Pat's mother. But it wasn't the only communication between Pat and Leslie Ann that night.
This is a detailed log of all the communications on the night in question between Leslie Ann Dodds, Pat McCormick and David Gill. The call logs show both the phone messages and phone calls between Leslie Ann Dodds and Pat McCormick. So this is obviously in direct contradiction to the account that Leslie Ann Dodds first gave to police and then continued to give to police. We were aware of these inconsistencies, and we believe that Leslie Ann Dodds was withholding the truth, potentially lying. And again, this was a real flag and warning sign for us as investigators. So we can see from these call logs that we know on that evening she was in phone contact with Pat, but she also critically was in contact with David Gill. And that shows a level of orchestration and really Leslie Ann's involvement.
As the night wore on, the messages to Pat became more persuasive.
At 21 minutes past 9 on the 30th of May, and it stated, "I've left him on way to mine, do you want to stay at mine?" Pat then replies to Leslie Ann Dodds 4 minutes later saying, "Hi, you told me you wanted nothing to do with me. I think you're trying to set me up to get a kicking, are you?" Leslie Ann Dodds sends a further message to Pat to inform him that I've left him for you. Please come and stay at mine. You wanted me to make a choice, so I've left him for you. So again, this clearly plays into there's a third party at play here, and also again potentially some kind of motive in terms of what has then happened and why Pat has simply disappeared. Over the next sort of 10 minutes or so shows a lot of back and forth between Leslie Ann Dodds and Pat McCormick, and it's very clear that Pat's very unsure as to what Leslie Ann's trying to do. Pat then after 9:30 texts, "Hi, I am on my way."
While Pat was on the move, so too were the phones belonging to Leslie Ann and David Gill.
Around 21:30 on the night, Gill's and Dodd's phones, not necessarily users, have stopped using cells that provide coverage at Gill's home address and have moved together, mirrored movement, to cells that provide coverage here at Dodd's address. Gill's phone detached from the network and was potentially turned off. Didn't come back on again until just before midnight, by which time he was back at his home address at Ballyglicorn Road. I'm saying he turned his phone off. There are numerous reasons why a phone can detach from the network. It can be battery failure, but you need to look at how often does this target phone turn off. In this case, it was unusual.
While both David Gill and Leslie Ann Dodds' phone were in Comber, only David Gill was seen on CCTV, driving his blue transit van.
The CCTV showed David Gill arriving in Comber and entering Leslie Ann Dodds' flat, and we knew from phone data that both David Gill and Leslie Ann's phones were believed to be at that location, which obviously prompted the question, why was Leslie Ann Dodds not seen on the CCTV footage with David Gill? Leslie Ann Dodds was clearly elsewhere, and potentially her phone was not with her or on her person.
David Gill had taken Leslie Ann's phone with him to Comber. Detectives believe she remained at Gill's house, from where she was able to keep in touch with Pat using a laptop and a landline.
Pat McCormick had sent a message to Leslie Ann Dodds at 6 minutes past 10, saying simply, "Hi, ring me." So at this point, it's quite clear that Pat is obviously very anxious and worried and wants direct conversation by way of a live phone call with Leslie Ann, and he's not getting that. Someone did not want to reply by way of a phone call. A matter of minutes later, Pat again texts Leslie Ann saying, "I want to talk to you on the phone first. If you don't, I'm not coming up." So that then results in quite an angry reply. Pat then replies to that message saying, "Hi, no problem, that suits me." Pat then phones his mum to say, "Look, I'm on my way back home, don't wait up for me, leave out a key," and gives every indication that he's going to leave Cumber and travel home and spend the night there.
At this point, he made the 101 call saying he was concerned David Gill may be laying in wait.
Well, what is it you want the police to do?
I want them to stand in the road till I go upstairs. All I want is to get through the door upstairs into her flat. That's all I want. It'll only be a few minutes.
However, while he was talking to police, someone was trying to call him from a landline with a withheld number.
The next sequence of communications are very interesting. So there's a number of phone calls from David Gill's landline, which was withheld. At the same time, there's a number of messages from Leslie Ann Dodd's mobile to Pat, and they were trying to tell Pat that it was Leslie Ann trying to phone him from a withheld number.
Detectives believe the two suspects were attempting to deceive Pat into believing Leslie Ann was at the flat, so that he would call to the property. Their plan worked.
Pat sent a text message saying, "I'm coming into Cumber in 2 minutes."
Less than 5 minutes later, Pat is then seen on CCTV entering through the archway in Cumber towards Leslie Ann Dodd's apartment. 43 minutes later, David Gill is seen exiting through that same archway, and there is no sign of Pat.
Less than a day after arresting Leslie Ann Dodds and David Gill, this new evidence convinced Heather and Jennifer that Pat had been lured to the flat and then killed. A missing person inquiry now became a murder investigation, with one very unusual feature.
I had never been involved in a murder case where we didn't have the body of the deceased. It is quite a different investigation because there's two real tracks to it. Recovering the body of Mr. McCormick, partly for evidential value and to prove the case of the murder. But also, at the heart of this, you have a family who still have their loved one, their father, their son missing, and they want to know what has happened to him.
There are cases where there have been convictions for murder where no body has ever been recovered. It is more challenging, but it isn't impossible.
We further arrested both Leslie Ann Dodds and David Gill on suspicion of murder, and it was declared as a no-body murder investigation at that point.
On Monday, a man and woman, both in their 20s, were arrested on suspicion of kidnapping. Last night, the PSNI said they'd been rearrested on suspicion of murder. The police also said they'd been granted an additional 36 hours to question the man and woman. Although no body has been found, police now believe Pat McCormick has been murdered.
I came home to the police being there, and they said, we need to talk to the whole family, so we had to wait for everyone to come home from work and stuff. So everyone got home, we were all sitting in the sunroom, and our two family liaisons, the girl, she turned around and she told us that it was being turned into a murder investigation. My older brother Mackenzie, he was very hopeful and he didn't believe it. We all had so much tension around us, and it didn't feel nice. My mum was on the edge because she had kids to look after. But if it's being turned into a murder investigation, she was going to have to grieve him while looking after 4 kids as well.
Still in police custody, detectives began to question David Gill and Leslie Ann. Not about kidnapping this time, but murder.
They both had denied any involvement in the disappearance of Pat, and Leslie Ann had in fact gone further and said she hadn't been in contact with him, which we knew was untrue.
Leslie Ann Dodds had provided the account that she had known Pat for approximately 8 months at that stage. She met him through her employment. She said they weren't in a relationship and that she didn't realise that he was missing until Pat's mother had contacted her on the Friday morning.
We could see that there was inconsistencies in both their accounts, which again, was highly suspicious. In interview, David Gill initially stated that he had had no contact with Pat McCormick and that he didn't believe that there was a relationship between Pat and Leslie Ann Dodds. He then, after further questioning, changed that position and said he maybe was aware of it, but he didn't believe there was a relationship, and that he'd actually had a conversation or certainly a discussion with Leslie Ann Dodds around the fact that there may have been a relationship, but that was all now resolved.
Further inquiries revealed more details of this unusual love triangle.
These two relationships that she was having with these two men, judging by text messages that were exchanged, they were both fiery relationships. David Gill had only become aware that his fiancée, Leslie Ann Dodds, had been having an affair with Pat. I think a couple of days before. He also contacted Pat McCormick's wife to let her know about the affair, and she was able to tell them that she also knew. So it would appear that David was one of the last people to know in that small circle that his fiancée was in fact having an affair with Pat McCormick.
None of this necessarily helps you to prove the murder and the killing of Pat McCormick. We didn't have Pat's body still. We didn't know exactly how he died. That was our strongest hypothesis. But at that point, we weren't quite there. And so we got to the point of the day where we actually released Leslie Ann Dodds and David Gill on bail, which wouldn't be unusual. And that's to allow us to conduct those further inquiries, because you can't hold, suspects in custody for endless periods of time.
Police had a motive, jealousy, but they needed hard evidence and decided to track the movements of David Gill and his blue transit van after he had left the flat the night Pat went missing.
There was a lot of really significant developments, both on witness inquiries and in CCTV, which my team of detectives gathered. We became aware of very significant movements of David Gill the day after, in the early hours of the Friday morning. So we knew that he had travelled from his home address back into Cumber Town Centre before 7 a.m. on a Friday morning. David Gill had taken a route through the town. He then parked his transit van as close as he could to the premises here, and then had used the back entrance through the ground level. This wasn't an area that was particularly busy at that time of the morning, so it gave him some cover from members of the public or other witnesses potentially seeing what he was doing. We had witnesses reporting that a fairly heavy-set male was cleaning up around the apartment area, carrying out bags of rubbish to a blue Ford Transit van which was parked right behind the flat. He said that he'd gone in to clear up a bit, which didn't really make sense to police, but that was what he was telling us. After he then drove straight up High Street through the junction here, out towards, there's a little primary school along that road, took a left and then headed out towards Ballygowan.
Heather and the major investigation team needed to discover what David Gill had been cleaning up.
Critical to this was the forensic examination of Leslie Ann Dodds' flat. Police had entered it on the Sunday when he went missing and hadn't overtly seen any signs of, that a murder had occurred or that it was a crime scene. At that point, we go back and go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. We bring our specialists with us. You'd be looking at anything that potentially would be able to prove that something had occurred there that resulted in the injury or the death or the harm to Pat McCormick, and even that put either our suspects or Pat McCormick present at that location at that time. That was slightly more difficult because we knew that the flat belonged to Leslie Ann Dodds. We knew she was in a long-term relationship with David Gill. His DNA would be there, his fingerprints would be there. Pat McCormick was also in a relationship. So his DNA and his fingerprints and footwear, they could be easily explained.
While the presence of DNA belonging to either David Gill or Pat McCormick might not have been suspicious, David Gill's behaviour definitely was.
So part of our witness inquiries that we had conducted, somebody had seen David Gill cleaning up in the communal stairway. Police officers had noted a strong smell of bleach. Witness inquiries had also revealed that David Gill had brought down some black bags. So we carried out investigations in relation to the communal stairway as well, and there was brown substance found on the stairs.
The substance was sampled and sent for testing. The search also uncovered a distinctive item: Pat McCormick's tobacco box.
It's like a wee tin box, and it was blue, and it had like a wee design on it, and there were just to keep cigarettes in it, because he would have rolled. So I had to identify that box, and I had to write a statement about it, because obviously that was his. I knew what his box was, because I would have put his cigarettes in for him whenever he would hand me them. I put them back in the box for him and stuff.
Crucially for police, Morgan had reported that she'd seen Pat with the tin the day he went missing, after dropping her off at school.
That tin was located within Leslie Ann Dodds' flat. When it was tested, it tested for Pat McCormick's DNA. So we knew that he had been in that flat later on the 30th of May.
But a tobacco tin was no replacement for finding Pat himself. Heather and Jennifer needed to continue the search and called on a specialist team.
I'm Colin Ferguson. During the case, I was the team leader for the search and rescue team and the dive team. We basically access areas that ordinary police can't get into. So that can be at height using ropes or various platforms. We can work in water. Our main role was in the mountains and sort of wilderness areas. So for doing recoveries in those sort of areas whereby it's just more technical and a lot more skill is required. We were called in initially to search some of the roofs of the buildings in the general area.
All of the search activity was centred around finding Pat, and specifically the last clothing that he'd been wearing. We knew that he had an iPhone SE, which had never been recovered, and we knew that he was wearing his glasses and a Ben Sherman watch. So it was his personal items or anything connected to Pat at all that we were searching for.
It's now more than a fortnight since Pat McCormick was last seen in Comber Town Centre. Along with police, up to 23 volunteers examined paths off the Ballydrain Road outside Comber.
Pat's mobile phone had never been found, but investigations revealed it disconnected from the network shortly after he disappeared. Heather hoped if the team could locate it, it could lead them to Pat.
The searches continued, and then information came in that the vehicles were seen driving out a particular road, and the phone that was being used had suffered a catastrophic failure, which would sort of indicate that it had been put into water. We believe that the phone suffered a catastrophic failure out the Ballydrain Road, heading out from Comber, out towards Castle Lesby. So the first part of tidal water crossed that road. That was where we had the search.
They told us we're out looking for him with sniffer dogs, and there's police doing their searches and everything. And I just remember, the rest of it was a blur.
We were searching for the phone initially over 2 days in the mud. We didn't actually find anything.
It was a blow to the investigation, but results from the forensics lab provided a major step forward. The brown substance recovered from the stairs was Pat McCormick's blood.
There was 7 swabs which contained the blood of Pat McCormick, mostly around the stairwell area, on the walls and some of the door architrave into the apartment. There was also, I think, 3 swabs which were attributable to blood from David Gill.
With the forensic evidence that we uncovered, we were able to place both Pat McCormick and David Gill in the communal stairway of those apartments.
It was a really positive step forward, and it fitted with our hypothesis that we believed Pat had been lured to that location. David Gill had been lying there and wait for 45 minutes and had then murdered him. And during that, both had spilled blood to a degree, which we had then located and forensically examined at the scene. It doesn't necessarily prove a murder has happened, and ultimately we needed either some kind of direct witness evidence, and the best evidence of course would be if we could find Pat, and then we would have the post-mortem and the examination to determine what had caused his death.
Heather and Jennifer needed to discover where David Gill had gone after cleaning up the flat and leaving Comber.
He remains at home for the next sort of 3 hours or so, at which point on CCTV we see he returns to Comber. He drives out to the Macra Scouse Road between Comber and Ballygowan, and it was unclear what he was doing.
We had viewed a lot of CCTV on the different routes that he would have taken before, and his vehicle wasn't picked up on those routes. And then his vehicle isn't sighted again on CCTV for approximately 3 hours.
What we could see from all of the CCTV, which was being gathered from so many different locations, that throughout the day he changed his outfit 3 times.
It does make you wonder why, if he wore the same clothes all day the previous day, that this was a change in his behaviour, and that there must be a reason for it.
He returned home via a shop in Lisbon, and on that CCTV footage you could actually see that from his knees down, the trousers that he was wearing were visibly wet and muddy. He went into the shop and he bought himself a pizza and he bought a bottle of bleach, which was highly significant to the theory that we were working on in terms of the body deposition.
David Gill's appearance suggested he was in a wet, muddy environment that afternoon. This was valuable information that Heather and Jennifer could use to narrow the search area.
All of the pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, and we were getting to see what David Gill did throughout the Friday and how he got rid of the body and how he was trying to then get rid of any evidence or connection to himself.
Despite analysing hours of CCTV from over 80 different sites, the team still couldn't fully account for David Gill's movements. They turned to the public for help.
As part of the investigation, we did 19 media releases in the first 6 weeks.
If you're out in the Comber area and you come across discarded clothing, please get in contact with detectives at Musgrave Street.
The public appeals paid off.
Information came in that there was 2 large bodies of water in this Ballygowan area, somewhere quite remote.
The caller claimed David Gill had a connection to a property beside one of these bodies of water.
Obviously, areas where there are bodies of water are potentially more preferable for someone to dispose of a body because you have that physical cover, and also it's slightly more difficult to maybe recover or for a member of the public to disturb it or to find anything.
It seemed to provide an ideal place to conceal a body.
It was an area that he was familiar with and probably would have been comfortable to go to do something like to dispose of the body. It also was just set back slightly from the road and had quite good vegetation and cover around it. We decided that lake was so significant that we wanted police divers to search it.
Once we get the call, we get the plan, we'll obviously look at photography and mapping of the areas, see the size of it, and then come up with an estimate of how long that will take. But given the size of it, and the fact there was 2 bodies of water, we brought in additional rafting and some other little bits of sonar equipment, because some of it on the far side was actually fairly deep. When you're diving in a quarry, you have quite sheer sides on it, so it means that the sunlight only penetrates down maybe a metre or 2, so very quickly you get into complete darkness. Depending on how long the quarry has been flooded, there's years of vegetation that has been decomposing on the bottom, so it could be 2 or 3 feet of silt. So once the diver actually touches bottom, that will all lift up and be suspended in the water. It will stay there because there's nothing to take it away. It's just basically clouds of darkness. So quite often it's easier just to shut your eyes and just go by touch. But when you're searching for a body, you don't know what you're going to be touching next. Finding a body in water can be difficult. It is not an exact science. We can never say exactly what the body will do once it goes subsurface. The body then will slowly start to decompose. The warmer the water, the faster people will start to decompose.
But the team weren't just looking for a body. The media appeals had delivered another significant lead.
A member of the public came forward and said, I heard your appeal and I was just thinking that it may or may not be relevant, but my bin went missing around the time of Pat's murder. It was highly relevant that someone who lived to the rear of the flats was reporting that in around the time they'd actually purchased a new bin and then it had gone missing. It can be difficult to move a body. Experience in professional adjustment will tell you that, suitcases and, wheelie bins, just a normal household black bin, potentially could have been used in that action.
The first search area was a larger quarry with a slightly adjoining smaller quarry. Given the size of it, we thought we would start that large quarry first. We searched the shallow bits and then the sides, then moved out onto the actual bed of the quarry. It started to tail away quite deeply, so it took a good day to clear those initial areas. And the second day then we decided that we would use the raft to go out and check the smaller areas. As we were paddling out, we saw a rope just below the surface. We tried to pull up the rope, but it was too heavy. Got a little bit more difficult because there were some trees that had fallen down into it. But the diver was able to overcome them, and then you could see the wheelie bin that was caught up in the branches. We have permanent communications with the diver. He was describing the wheelie bin as being new. There was no rust or anything on the wheels. It was still bright and shiny. The rope was wrapped around the top of it. That was floating up towards the surface. And he described the wheelie bin as having a ratchet strap right around it, securing the lid into it. We thought, this is so unusual, this has to be connected to the case. And we were able to get a rope to that, and team on the surface then hauled it up onto the bank. We stood it upright. It was quite heavy. At that point then, I took my team off to one side. We want to get a specialist in.
I received a phone call that they'd found a black wheelie bin which contained the body of Pat McCormick. There was almost a sense of relief. We had found him, and that was going to be so valuable in terms of the forensic case and being able to then charge Leslie Ann Dodds and David Gill with murder. But it also meant that the family were going to get him home and we're going to be able to give him the family burial and to say their goodbyes.
They told us they'd found a body in the bottom of a lake. It was confirmed it was my dad because they had to check dental records and they checked he had tattoos on his arms and his chest. I didn't want to believe it was my dad at all. I just remember feeling very empty and drained, and I just felt as if a part of me was taken away. I was so close to him, so it felt like a part of me was ripped out of me. I remember just feeling awful.
The post-mortem report had proven that Pat had died from a very severe and prolonged beating. He had suffered 24 fractures to his ribs and a broken nose. The cause of death was as a result of those fractures to his ribs, which would have inhibited his ability to breathe and
essentially caused his death. There's quite a significant difference in frame and stature between David Gill and Pat McCormick. Pat was actually known by some close friends as tiny. I think he weighed less than 10 stone and was 5 foot 4 inches tall, compared with David Gill, who was over 6 foot and weighed over 23 stone. So there's quite a significant weight and size difference.
David Gill was massive. He is a huge man. And I had seen the images of Pat, so I was aware at the outset that the difference in stature couldn't be more glaring. There was no match physically between the two of them.
Detectives could now rearrest Dodds and Gill, and this time charge them with murder.
They were both interviewed by my team throughout the day on the 11th of July. We took a phased approach to it. This was really to allow us to introduce all of the evidence that we now held, all of the CCTV and witness inquiries and forensics that had came back, and critically, the fact that we'd found Pat. And to ask him to account. You were there, you were with him for a 45-minute window after which no one's seen him. We had a really strong case at that point. David Gill was prepared to talk to us and continued with his story that it was not him. He had been drunk that night and didn't remember and wasn't involved. You know, it was deniability, and he just was not moving from that point.
Leslie Ann Dodds took a similar approach.
At no point did Leslie Ann show any remorse or any guilt around what she'd done. She was not admitting to any involvement in the murder of Pat McCormick. The case that we were making wasn't that she had been involved in the physical murder or indeed even the removal and disposal of Pat McCormick's body. But she was instrumental behind the planning and the orchestration of what happened on that murderous night. I think it was 10 o'clock in the evening, I charged David Gill with murder, and shortly after midnight, Leslie Ann Dodds was charged with murder. The charge is read out to them. It's quite a formal process, and the reply is noted. I remember David Gill was staring at me while I read it to him, and he said, "Totally innocent, not guilty." And when the charge of murder was put to Leslie Ann Dodds, she simply replied no.
But detectives still had a problem. They had no way to place David Gill at the quarry where Pat's body was found, and neither suspect was given anything away. So Heather turned again to Paul Hope's cell site analysis. He now examined the day after the murder.
Gill's phone starts off at the home address and at about 7 a.m. goes over to the flat at Comber and then travels to and from again on a couple of occasions on that day. He's there on the last occasion from around 12:30 to around 13:30 on the Friday, and then his phone is turned off, or his phone detaches from the network, and it doesn't come on again until 16:20.
It seemed David Gill had likely turned his phone off in a bid to hide his location, but he'd made a fatal error.
This first map is a map of the location of the mast and the direction in which the cell is providing coverage for the specific cell ID that was used by Gill's phone at 16:20 when he turns his phone back on. That clearly is giving coverage in the direction of the quarry.
Heather and Jennifer were confident they had a strong case. They could prove Pat went to Comber to meet Leslie Ann Dodds at her flat. Instead, he found only David Gill. There was a violent struggle. Gill later left the property alone, leaving Pat dead or dying. Throughout, Leslie Ann stayed at David Gill's house from where she was in contact with Pat. Gill returned the next morning and removed Pat's body in a wheelie bin. Phone records later placed him at the quarry where the body was recovered.
These investigations are very complex and extensive. Lots and lots of hours of work go into them. Our job is to try and get justice for Pat McCormick and to support his family through the process.
I was finding it very hard to process. I was going out drinking with my friends every Saturday. I was trying to get distracted and not think about it. I don't think I've still processed it to this day. Just a part of us taken away, and we just didn't really know what to do with it.
The trial process is a very difficult process for any family member who've lost a loved one in these horrific circumstances to sit through. There's post-mortem reports, there's evidence from the likes of police divers, there's CCTV that could be very upsetting. The trial was due to proceed. All of a sudden, David Gill's barrister asked the judge if his client could be rearranged. Nobody expected this. The clerk of the court asked David Gill to stand. He stood, and when the charge of murdering Pat McCormick was put to him again, on this occasion, on this Friday morning, he pleaded guilty. That doesn't happen very often.
The court, it was really weird and it wasn't nice. We got there, the jury was all sworn in, and then all of a sudden he was pleading guilty to murder.
It did not surprise me because I knew the strength of the case. I knew the weight of the forensic evidence, the CCTV particularly, all of the phone data and the witness. It all pointed towards the fact that he had killed Pat McCormick that night and then had gotten rid of him the next day.
The trial of Leslie Ann Dodds resumed 5 months later in Belfast.
She was still maintaining that she was not guilty of murder, and on the day that her trial was due to start, a new charge of manslaughter was added to the books by the prosecution. That's an alternative to the murder charge, so she pleaded guilty to that.
She was aware that David Gill was going to be at the apartment and that Pat McCormick was going there, and she was aware that there was going to be some sort of physical altercation. The basis of her plea was that she didn't believe or didn't realise that there was going to be really serious harm. She just was aware that there was going to be substantial harm, and that was the difference.
We were all happy, my brothers and sisters, they were happy that they were pleading guilty because it means it wasn't going to be a 6-week court case, because we didn't really want it to be dragged out, because they always drag the victim's name through the mud, and my dad wasn't there to defend himself for anything.
David Gill got 16 years, a minimum life term of 16 years, which is average for this kind of crime. Leslie Ann Dodds got 5.5 years, which was half in custody and half on licence, which is quite a typical sentence for a charge of manslaughter.
On the 22nd of June 2023 at Belfast Crown Court, 4 years after Pat's murder, his family finally secured the justice they'd been searching for. David Gill and Leslie Ann Dodds were now both behind bars.
And I remember when they did get sentenced, I was really happy in the moment with the sentencing, but I wish I thought she was going to get more years. It wouldn't have happened without her. David wouldn't have ever met my dad, would have knew nothing about him if it wasn't for her.
We've been stripped of our father. My dad will never get to see any of us grow up or get married. He'll never get to hold his future grandkids, and we leave here today with only memories of our dad who has been taken from us.
Whenever you see the timeline and you put things together, you can just see it unravelling, and that great sense of Pat almost knew it wasn't right. He had made his mind up, and then he went back, and just resulted in such sad and tragic consequences for him.
Leslie Ann Dodds wasn't involved in the physical act of killing Pat McCormick, but without her involvement, it could not have happened, because it was that phone call that lured him back. And I think that's one of the coldest parts of this case, was that it could have turned out so differently if Pat had gone with his instinct or gone with the advice or the information police had given him and never returned. It could have been a completely different ending for Pat.
I knew who it was straight away. It was Leslie Ann and it was David, but I more was pointing fingers at her because I knew that she was the one that done it, if you know what I mean. Like she would have been the one controlling everything. I was just wanting to know why he actually did it. Like himself, because he didn't know my dad, he didn't know anything about my dad, and she clearly knew nothing about my dad either. It all just felt like he was a pawn in their game. I just miss being able to see him, because I would have seen him every single day. I miss the relationship and the bond, because I would have turned to my dad for anything, and I would have told him anything. I will talk to him. I'll tell him about my day and how he's always in the back of my mind and everything. But I would go and sit by the grave. I don't go as much now, just because it is upsetting. But it is nice going and sitting by the grave, knowing that he's in there. Like his soul's gone, but he's still in there.
Every time I pass by the park, I remember the murder of Declan Flynn.
Declan Flynn was set upon by 5 men, including a youth. He was savagely beaten, unconscious, and left mortally wounded.
Especially when I pass by in the train, because you can take a leisurely view right across the park and you can actually see the scene. And it all comes back then. Some things you don't forget.
It's the first time I've really talked publicly about Declan. It's very difficult to actually try and understand how somebody can do that to another human being. It really was just a case of the strong beating up the weak, and they did it because they were able to do it, because they thought he was different.
I was at home 5:15 in the morning on Friday the 10th and received a phone call. All I was told was I had to go into Fairview Park where there had been an assault. I left home and I went into Technical Bureau in Phoenix Park where I collected my equipment and also met up with the Garda photographer. Well, I arrived at 6:40 and the scene had been cordoned off and being preserved.
Edwin Hancock is a retired detective inspector from Ireland's police service and Garda Síochána.
I was attached to the ballistics section and we specialise in explosives, firearms and scenes of crime examination.
September 10th, 1982, the badly beaten body of 31-year-old Declan Flynn was found in Fairview Park, Dublin.
Gardaí today searched the park for clues that would lead them to the man's attackers. They say 2 people walking through the park found him at 1:30 this morning near the bandstand, not far from the main road. He was suffering from serious head injuries and died before he reached hospital.
Declan was killed just a few hundred yards across the road from where we are now. The scene was actually in a grass area which came right up to the footpath along the main road. He'd be about 30 to 40 feet away from escaping. Yes, it's a very rough sketch that I drew when I was examining the scene. It shows the fence along by the children's park. There were 3 areas of blood on the grass. The first area measured about 2 inches diameter, and a foot from that there was a long piece of blood, about 1 foot 4 inches long, tapering from 2 inches up to 6 inches. And I took possession of 3 sticks altogether. That was an indication there were at least 3 people involved. So it was a vicious attack. I mean, those sticks that were used were quite heavy. I weighed the sticks and I compared them to the official police truncheon that we were all issued with as policemen. But its weight was only 13 ounces, whereas all the sticks that were used were considerably heavier than that. They were formidable weapons.
It was a very busy house with 9 children and mum and dad, so there was always a lot of coming and going and friends calling. It was like a train station at times.
My name's Gabriel Fay, and Declan was my older brother.
I'm Lorraine Crowley, and Declan was my older brother as well. I do have very happy memories of Declan Christmas time. That was his absolute favourite time of the year, and he was very, very generous.
He may come home with a set of Delf and hand them to Mammy. He always came home with bags. Our first child was born in April 1982. To say that he absolutely loved Stephen, the baby, was an understatement. Stephen was 5 months old when Declan was murdered. Yeah.
My name is Paul Flynn and I'm Declan Flynn's brother. The way he fit into our house was he was a caring person, but also a person that needed a lot of care as well. He had a stammer, and as he grew older, we realised that he had learning difficulties. The more kind of excited he got, or the more nervous he got, the more he stammered. So it was something that really he struggled with all his life. He was also left-handed. He was actually beaten by the teachers for using his left hand. He would have definitely had challenges when it comes to making new friends and would have been painfully shy, I think, when meeting people for the first time. He definitely needed extra help, and my mother was very, very good to him. She put a huge amount of effort into helping him, and to be fair to him, the love she gave him, he returned that love to her as well. Sorry. Sorry.
I can remember the day very well. It's one of those days that will stick in your mind forever. We heard on the radio news that a man's body had been found in Fairview Park, and we were just remarking, gosh, that's not very far from here, really. Came home that evening from work, and Mum was at home. She had been in town that morning, and it was only when she came up from town in the early afternoon she realised Declan hadn't come home the previous night and his bed hadn't been slept in. And she was quite upset. She was cooking dinner, but she was quite upset. She said, "Did you read the paper?" And she handed me the Evening Herald, and I read the description of the man whose body had been found in Fairview Park. And my heart sank because it sounded just like Declan. And the only thing I didn't know was, they said the man had green eyes. I didn't know Declan had green eyes.
Eventually, my eldest brother, Chris, and my sister, Miriam, decided to go up to Blanchardstown, and they met a guard up there. He brought Christopher in to see the body. When Christopher saw him first, he wasn't even sure if it was Declan, because he was so badly beaten. I'll never forget the sound that came from my parents. It was like something left their bodies. I think it's a kind of a sound only a parent can make when they lose a child. Even though he was an adult, he had a lot of childlike features, and he was one of those vulnerable people that needed protection. Sorry.
Declan's injuries consisted of either black eye, very badly swollen, his cut underneath here, his nose was grazed, and he had 1 3/4 inch cut here in the back of his head. He actually died from inhalation of his own blood. The knees of Declan's trousers were grass stained. The indication that he was on the ground when he was getting beaten. Yes, we checked for defensive injuries and we didn't see any indication of them. which would tend to suggest that he was completely overpowered and didn't have a chance to defend himself. And he must have been absolutely terrified. He died a horrible death.
Hi, I'm Tony Walsh, and for the last 30 years, I've curated what's now known as the Irish Queer Archive, which was transferred to state ownership in 2008. I only came out in 1979, and the LGBT civil rights movement at that point was in its infancy. As a 19-year-old, I was quite naive and actually blind to the dangers that lurked around, and there were many. Dublin was dirt poor, economically, socially depressed. That was also aggravating the significant heroin crisis. And I had a revelatory moment when I discovered the Hirschfeld Centre. I was hooked the minute I walked in there. Dublin's second attempt at an LGBT community centre was only 6 months old. There were very few social spaces available to us. All forms of intimacy between men was criminalised. Technically, you get 2 years for holding hands or kissing in public. Yes, of course I knew Declan Flynn. I mean, he was part of what we call the social subcommittee, and that was a group of people that was entrusted with running all of the social events in the Hirschfeld Centre, and Declan ran the coffee bar.
He would have been very well known because he was kind of a volunteer in the Hirschfeld Centre, so most people would have had some interaction with him when they came out. To me, he seemed like an extraordinarily shy, quiet man. And I think he liked the coffee bar in particular because it gave him a chance to speak to other people without feeling too vulnerable in the conversation.
I mean, I knew he was gay because actually we had those conversations and I saw his name on our members book and everything.
Declan settled in at the Hirschfeld Centre, but outside, homosexuality remained illegal, and there was little support for a change in the law.
The occasion of this unusual protest vigil outside the RTE studios was the appearance of 2 lesbian nuns on the Late Late Show. The protesters had a statue of the Virgin Mary strapped to the roof of a caravan.
When news trickled in of Declan in September 1982, I don't think many of us were that surprised. There was a culture of homophobic violence that simmered on the surface of Irish society throughout the 70s and 80s. There was a litany of what we now consider like anti-gay hate crimes. People being beaten up with impunity and people being murdered.
You know, obviously the scene was much smaller, it was much more covert, it was pockmarked by violent homophobia that was, you know, kind of accepted within society. So the killing of Declan Flynn didn't occur in a vacuum. There was a hotel porter in Cork actually killed the night before Declan Flynn was killed in September 82. And there was also around the same time another homophobic killing, Ballymena. But one of the really major kind of events that occurred that year was the killing of Charles Self.
Charles Self was a gay man found stabbed to death in his home in Monkstown in January 1982. Just 9 months later, Declan became the 4th gay man to die a violent death that year. David Norris served as an Irish senator across 5 decades.
I'm in an unusual position for somebody of my social background. I've known 8 people who were murdered. Now that tells you something about being gay. The first time I encountered Declan Flynn was on the opening night of the Hirschfeld Centre. A group of us, about 4 or 5 of us, came back here and had a glass of champagne to celebrate. And Declan was one of the people who came back. I didn't really know him up till that point, but he came back and he was nice. And we had a photograph was taken. And poor Declan, he looked so innocent and sensitive and vulnerable. And of course he was vulnerable and he paid for it. Poor fellow.
Declan was still living at home and continuing to volunteer at the Hirschfeld Centre, but he also had a day job which he enjoyed.
He was based in Dublin Airport and he was part of the ground operations in Arinta, and that seemed to be probably the happiest place for him to work. We were a bit worried about him as he'd been bullied in school, so we were worried if he would bond and fit in there.
Some of his fellow employees were on a night out kind of gay spotting for fun, you know, going into the gay bars and whatnot. And they came to Bartley Duns and they saw Declan and they teased him about it. And that stopped him going. And he started going instead to Fairview Park. And that was where he met his end, very sadly.
Detectives now began to piece together Declan's last known movements.
So the night he was killed was September the 9th, 1982. He'd been in a pub in Dunnycarney, Belton's pub, with a friend, and had met another friend then just outside the Fairview Grill. And then had crossed into Fairview Park. Fairview Park, at the time, it would have been known to be a place where gay men would have hung out, a lot like in the same way like Burkey and Phoenix Park and things like that. So it was kind of known as that kind of place.
The only opportunities we had to negotiate desire and intimacy lurked in the shadows.
In the early 80s and late 70s, probably most gay men on the scene had gone to a gay cruising area, either a public park or public toilet at some point. Cruising is a very covert activity, so when you're cruising, you're not being deliberately kind of provocative. It's very discreet. There's a kind of dance or kind of walking up and down, making sure that the person that you're interested in knows that you're there without necessarily making your own hand very obvious. When I found out it was Declan who had been killed in Fairview Park, I was very surprised because he's so shy and quiet. I didn't think he had the wherewithal to go cruising. To me, it sounded more likely that he was simply on his way home.
Whatever Declan's reasons, few were in any doubt about his attacker's motivation, including police.
Yeah, we were aware that gay men had been attacked in the park at night time, which had been going on for at least a couple of months before this.
Now Declan's family were forced to ask whether police could have prevented his death.
We were later told by a guard he had gone in to patrol Fairview Park the night before Declan was killed, and that his officer in charge had told him not to do that, to go off and do something else instead.
In September 1982, 31-year-old Declan Flynn was found dead in Fairview Park in Dublin. He had been badly beaten. Police believed it was a homophobic attack, and newspaper reports now focused on Declan's sexuality.
We didn't know Declan as a gay person, we just knew him as our brother. That was it.
But I mean, obviously, if we'd known, we would have been totally accepting of it because he was our brother and we loved him.
It must have been very difficult for Declan Flynn's family to have to engage with the extraordinary level of media interest, putting a backstory to Declan's personality.
It definitely felt that Declan was being stigmatised for being gay. There was more attention focused on that than on the thugs that had actually beat him to death. All that attention was very difficult for the family.
Following the killing, Detective Inspector Edwin Hancock expected to be involved in a lengthy manhunt, but within hours, 5 males were in custody.
The first thing I knew about arrest was on the Sunday when I got a phone call to go into Fitzgibbon Street Garda Station that the suspects were in detention.
Robert Armstrong, who was 18, Anthony Marr, 18, Patrick Kavanagh, 18, there was Colm Donovan, who was 17, and then there was a 14-year-old boy who couldn't be named at the time.
Detectives were surprised when all 5 suspects quickly confessed to killing Declan.
By and large, you know, they all essentially gave an account of what happened. They basically said that one of them sat on the bench almost as some kind of type of bait or something. The rest of them were waiting, I think, behind trees or behind bushes and things like that with sticks as weapons.
I went into Fitzgibbon Street on the Sunday afternoon and I met Anthony Marr and Robert Armstrong. They were 2 members of the Defence Forces.
Their confessions meant all 5 suspects now faced murder charges and possible life sentences, yet none of them seemed concerned.
They were very polite, very cooperative, and they gave no trouble. and they made their statements to the Gardaí present. I also met Dr. Percy Patton, the Garda doctor. He took blood and hair samples from the two and gave them to me. I also showed them what I'd gathered from the scene. One of them said that he recognized the six.
When Declan Flynn passed, they basically jumped out and attacked him. And they beat him really, really brutally with sticks. They kicked him, they beat him on the ground to the point that basically he passed out from concussion, from head injuries, and from bleeding. There, he died.
They were totally cooperative and very friendly, and there was no sense of hostility from them. They made statements freely. I didn't get the impression that they were scared. No, not at all.
The following statements were included in statements made to the police by the accused, which were subsequently read in court in evidence. The gang was acting as a kind of self-professed vigilante group. They had wanted, quote, to clear our park of what we call queers, unquote. They had been, in their words, queer bashing for about 6 weeks before and had battered 20 steamers. What this gang did to Declan Flynn was part of a sustained campaign against gay people in Fairview Park. I think it's clear that their attitude to the crime they'd committed was that it was a justified activity. A journalist at the time of the Flynn case reported, "One went queer bashing once. Himself and his two mates went out to rob a car, but they couldn't find one, so they decided to go down to Berg Quay and wait for a few queers." The queer bashing, to use the gang's language, they viewed it as a leisure activity. It was something you did with your friends. It was a pleasurable way of spending an evening. It was good fun. In his statement, Maher claimed, "We didn't mean to kill Mr. Flynn. I thought he was gay and in the park to meet other gay people." The second statement there does seem like some attempt to justify the violence that they inflicted on Declan Flynn.
They had claimed that they had physically attacked or assaulted 20 men. It was a violent homophobic mission that they were on and had been on for about a month and a half.
These were views and values of a homophobic nature that were deeply embedded in Irish life. Did they perhaps feel that this killing of a gay man, that it would be perceived as less serious by the society, including the courts?
News of the gang's homophobic vigilante campaign came as no surprise to the gay community, and police knew about it too.
Yeah, we were aware that gay men had been attacked in the park. It had been going on for at least a couple of months before this.
There were various reports of people being queer bashed in Fairview Park and in Phoenix Park and elsewhere. So there were quite a number of reports that we were hearing about at the time. Indeed, I knew several people myself personally who were bashed on several occasions.
I remember a bright summer's day at 10:30 at night outside a bar just off Grafton Street in Dublin, having my head kicked in and my finger broken by 3 guys who were screaming nasty abuse at me. And the worst thing is, nobody came to my rescue, and I can guarantee, I didn't even bother, I can guarantee if I'd gone down to the police station, they wouldn't have actually taken it seriously. The relationship between the Gardaí and the lesbian gay community was fraught.
The police inquiry into the murder of Charles Self had involved the entire gay community and left many feeling their sexuality was under investigation.
They feared being outed to their families. Some men were married and their wives obviously didn't know about it. They had children. People at work in their workplaces would feel that their jobs were compromised.
At that particular time, homosexuality was illegal in this country. The consequence of all that would be that a lot of crime and incidents were not being reported. So the Gardaí couldn't have known the full extent of what was actually happening in there.
Following Declan's death, others came forward to say they too were victims of violence in Fairview Park and claimed their reports were ignored by police, like Sean Purcell, a sub-editor at the Irish Press newspaper.
I was pulled to the ground and I was held on the ground by one man lying across my head, while two others beat me systematically with sticks.
What response did you get to that complaint to the Gardaí?
The Garda said he'd keep an eye out while he was patrolling the area. I heard no more about the attack until Declan Flynn was found dying in the park one morning in September.
Frustrated at the lack of action by the police, some in the gay community began gathering their own evidence.
An activist friend of ours, Eddie, got reports of a gang of thugs up in Fairview Park and spent several months actually shadowing them.
You'd made a list of names of all the people and their addresses who were doing the attacks. Had this been given to the police prior to Declan Flynn's murder?
Oh yes, about 4 months beforehand.
What had the reaction to police? Did you do anything about it?
Little or nothing. Like, I think that I got browned off dealing with Clontarf. Anyone that has gone up to Clontarf in the past with complaints have just got a negative response, you know. And it made people very, distrustful of going up there.
And at one point, when he insisted on trying to get them to take it seriously, they threatened to arrest him.
We were later told by a guard he had gone in to patrol Fairview Park the night before Declan was killed, and that his officer in charge had told him not to do that, to go off and do something else instead. And that's very hard to bear, to know that, something could have been done, but because they didn't obviously consider somebody who was gay or different in some way, obviously wasn't important enough to actually make sure they were safe.
That attitude was common right across society in 1980s Ireland.
So it meant that Ireland was a really uncomfortable place to come out in. It was an uncomfortable place to grow up as a gay man or a woman, or as a trans man or woman. It was like living under the Taliban. That's what I always feel the late 70s and 80s was, living under the Taliban.
David, why do gay people feel they're an oppressed minority?
Well, because in certain ways I think we are oppressed. Any group that is defined in terms of sin and of crime cannot feel anything else but oppressed. I was always extremely careful. And for 30 years I didn't go into a public lavatory in case there was an agent provocateur down there and I could be arrested. Some police stations were very good, but others were appalling in the record of the way they treated gay people.
Inspector Angus Hussey, I am in charge of the National Garda Diversity and Integration Unit. I think definitely the Guards do reflect where society was at a certain period of time. I think we have learned a lot and changed a lot over the decades. I think we're much more open to change now and much more aware of the diverse and minority groups that are out there. I can't comment on the Declan Flynn case as it happened almost 40 years ago. However, I do know that if it happened today, it would be dealt with differently. Today, the investigation into Declan's killing would be dealt with as a hate crime investigation.
With 5 men in custody charged with murder, Declan Flynn's family and their supporters felt justice was sure to be done.
When people were apprehended for it, we felt this is a chance for justice for the community. And the fact that the people were pleading guilty was another added benefit. In a way, it seemed to remove the police from the process, so there was some confidence that the judicial system would deliver a fair verdict.
We really thought that this was cut and dried, that the evidence was there, and that they would be punished for their crime.
But just as Ireland's police service reflected the country's values in the 80s, so too did the justice system.
The Declan Flynn case highlights that the climate in which criminal trials are conducted matters. Criminal trials can be influenced by the atmosphere of society, by the values of society. The law on murder and manslaughter hasn't really changed. The law on sentencing hasn't really changed. But our values as a society have changed. That's a very important thing to consider when we look at criminal trials.
Ireland's social values came to bear on the trial when Declan's killers offered a plea.
The 5 suspects in the case were initially all charged with murder, but 4 of them pleaded guilty to manslaughter.
The 4 were Robert Armstrong, Anthony Marr, Patrick Kavanagh and Colm Donovan. They admitted to attacking Declan, but claimed it was manslaughter as they never intended to kill him. The Director of Public Prosecutions accepted this guilty plea. It was a controversial decision that meant 4 of the 5 suspects would now not face a murder trial.
At a time when one couldn't be sure that a jury of 12 people would take seriously a murder charge against somebody who was present in a known gay cruising area at a time when homosexual acts were against the law. Perhaps the DPP was concerned that if it went to a full murder trial, that a jury might actually acquit them, and that would have been an extremely bad result. And so only one of them went on trial for murder. The trial of the youngest, the 14-year-old, went ahead.
The 14-year-old was never named because of his age. From the start, Edwin knew that the forensic case against him was weak.
I remember he was being defended by Mr. O'Higgins. O'Higgins wanted to know, could the forensic evidence link his client with the scene and with the murder? So I told him no, it couldn't be linked. So the 6 could be matched to the beating, but none of that could be linked back to any of the suspects, because we didn't have DNA back in those days.
Meanwhile, barristers for the accused claimed the 14-year-old had not played a significant part in the attack.
It would seem that the 14-year-old's defence basically was that he had a very minimal role in what transpired, that he was behind a tree while the others inflicted the main blows to Declan Flynn's body, and that although he hit Declan Flynn, he hit him on the behind, and that wouldn't have been a material cause of death.
Before the jury could even consider whether the boy was guilty of murder, the judge, Mr. Justice Gannon, intervened.
He withdrew the murder charge from the jury, which is something that a trial judge can do. It's part of the function of a trial judge to withdraw a charge from the jury if he or she feels that there's insufficient evidence. On the basis of the newspaper reports, with no great explanation as to why the murder charge was withdrawn.
The judge actually instructed to the jury that he not be found guilty of murder due to insufficient evidence, and he was found guilty of manslaughter.
4 men and 1 child were now guilty of killing Declan. It was up to Mr. Justice Gannon to determine their sentences.
I asked for time off from work, and my colleagues in the bank tried to persuade me not to go down. But I just felt I had to go down because I wanted to see what these people looked like. I wanted them to look like monsters, but they didn't.
One defendant appeared for sentencing wearing his Irish Air Corps uniform, and there was no shortage of support for the defendants.
We had priests giving character references for the killers. We had the killers themselves vindicating their behaviour by positioning themselves and declaring themselves anti-gay vigilantes, and that went unchallenged in court.
All 5 were guilty only of manslaughter, but could still face lengthy jail terms.
On a conviction for manslaughter, a judge has a very wide sentencing discretion. So a judge can impose on a conviction for manslaughter any sentence up to and including life imprisonment.
But what happened next was really what instigated or doubled down, I suppose, on the horror of the event.
Mr. Justice Gannon, at the sentencing stage, according to the newspapers, made several statements saying, this was an abhorrent crime, that it was one of the saddest and most tragic cases ever to come before the courts.
But the Flynn family were shocked when the judge then expressed sympathy for Declan's killers.
Justice Gannon said at the time that these people were from good families, that they probably had a low risk of reoffending, that they've learned their lesson. We're all entitled to our prejudices and biases, but we're not entitled to express them through violence.
The words Justice Gannon used when he was summing up were the ultimate insult to my family and my parents, and to Declan. I'm sure there's plenty of killers come from good households. That wasn't what he was charged to do.
He passed a number of sentences. They were of varying lengths, up to and including 5-year sentences. Crucially, all sentences were suspended.
I was so naive at the time. I didn't know what 5 years sentence suspended. I had to ask my brother, what does that mean? And he said, they're getting off. And I could not believe it. I wanted to shout up something and protest, but I just wasn't brave enough to do that. We were absolutely devastated. The three of us just walked out of the courtroom and out into the foyer of the four courts, and the prison van was parked outside on the quays. But obviously, those killers weren't going in it.
The judge released them just with a warning, a slap on the wrist. I mean, that effectively, to my mind, was a license to kill gay people.
I think it's difficult to conceive of any circumstances in which a death, a killing committed in a premeditated fashion by a gang would result in a suspended sentence. And I think that forces one to consider, if Declan Flynn had been an office worker taking a shortcut through a park at night and had been killed in similar circumstances, would those sentences have been as short as they were, and would they have been suspended? I think not.
Nobody who takes another human being's life should walk out the door when they've deliberately set out to cause them harm. Nobody should actually end up walking out the door if they've done that to another human being.
For the Flynn family, the sentences were a denial of justice. For the gay community, it was a call to action.
When the sentence was handed down, it wasn't a surprise. We were on our own, and we had to do something about it.
Declan Flynn was set upon by 5 men, including a youth. Yesterday, his 5 assailants were sentenced in the Central Criminal Court, convicted of the manslaughter of Declan Flynn. All of the sentences were suspended by Mr. Justice Gannon. Now, what this means is that if they don't get into trouble with the police during the period of their suspension, they will not serve any detention for depriving Declan Flynn of his life.
My mother and father were devastated. All their faith in the state was completely obliterated by the way Declan had been treated. There was no support for the family. There was no ability at that time to appeal the sentencing. There was no victim impact statements. When the court case was over and we walked out the door, that was the end of it as far as the state was concerned.
It's important to note that the sentence at the time produced an outcry. There were several debates where Mr. Justice Gannon was criticised in the Dáil. Mary Harney, at the time a Fianna Fáil TD, said that the Minister for Justice should seek his resignation.
When handing down suspended sentences, Mr. Justice Gannon expressed his view that Declan's killers were unlikely to offend again. In the case of Robert Armstrong, he was wrong.
One of those who was convicted of the manslaughter of Declan Flynn and given a suspended sentence went on to commit a very serious criminal offence when he raped a pregnant woman and was subsequently sentenced to 10 years for that offence. I think that raises immediate questions about whether the sentences in the Flynn case were appropriate, and in particular whether it was appropriate for Mr. Justice Gannon to say, as he did, that the accused all came from good families and that it was very unlikely that they would reoffend.
The judge was criticised by politicians, he was criticised in the media, of course he was criticised within the gay community as well, about the leniency of this sentence. Perhaps if Armstrong had been jailed for the killing, would that woman have suffered that trauma? You know, one wonders what was really at play. If this judge, who was apparently very fastidious, very detail focused, who was not adverse to handing out custodial sentence for incredibly minor crimes. I mean, he handed out a custodial sentence shortly after this trial for someone stealing a handbag.
I think it's worth reflecting on the fact that he was born in 1918. He was in his mid-60s sitting as a judge in the 1980s. He was the product of a very different time and presumably would have brought those values and that life experience to his time on the bench.
Police too came under criticism and were instructed to conduct an inquiry into why nothing had been done to stop the attacks in Fairview Park.
The Garda inquiry consisted of my eldest brother and my father being called down to Fitzgibbon Street Garda station and being interviewed by a guard who had his gun visible on display and being asked what journalists they had been talking to. They had no interest in finding out why nothing was done in Fairview Park to stop the beatings.
Meanwhile, in the killers' community, celebrations were held to mark the outcome of their trials and welcome them home.
Declan Flynn's killers had been let out, and we'd had reports that they'd worked up some celebratory bonfires and had some tinnies, one outrage after another. I mean, it's extraordinary offensive behaviour. Ireland has failed us, you know. We're on our own. And we had to do something about it.
The outcome of the trial is really what instigated what happened next, which is, people call it the Irish Stonewall. People call it a catalyst moment for the gay communities demanding their rights.
There had been a lot of anger expressed, and we were conscious to try and temper that because we didn't want to provoke a reaction from the local community. So the focus was really on a protest against violence against gays and women. Instead of going to the usual sites, we would take the protest out to Fairview Park where the killing had happened. There had been a victory march by the perpetrators who had been released, and the community had supported that. So this was a way of kind of saying to the community that that's not acceptable.
It was about us trying to reclaim the streets where we didn't feel welcome, and we knew that we had no protection. We had no statutory protection. And then we were going up to the site where he was killed. Being out in the street, advocating and making noise, didn't really feel that different. What made it special was the scale of it. It was the first time that we were joined by our straight allies. Student union groups, radical left field political parties, civil liberty groups. And that was really important. It was really necessary for us. I'm going to get really upset. It was really necessary for us to feel that level of support from people. Because after the court case, we just felt alone. And I remember us walking up from Liberty Hall, walking up Amiens Street to North Strand. I just remember walking up that street just so angry and also fearful that somebody was going to lob a rock at me.
But there was no violence. Instead, the protesters were met with open public support.
It's been such a show of solidarity, it's just incredible. I'm amazed so many people turned up, and a lot of local people turned up, and they were in favour of what was going on. This was very good.
The reason we're here today is to protest against violence against gays and women.
When you have an incident like somebody getting killed, it is, in many cases, the only way in which an issue like this will be raised publicly, and in which gay people will be taken seriously and their rights will in fact be respected.
Really kind of marked a new type of mass visibility. So you're really seeing like a group of people not only react to an injustice, but actually begin to build the beginnings of a mass movement around that.
The message was now also heard in the Irish Parliament.
But it was the first time in 1983 where we actually heard politicians in both houses of the Oireachtas actually addressing our needs. there was that glimmer of hope that maybe Irish society was on board with us.
Declan's killing helped make gay rights a national issue. Campaigners hoped to force a change in the law and legalise homosexuality. That fight was led by David Norris.
We had to clear away the discriminatory, homophobic legislation before we could get down to reinforcing it with strong, positive legislation for gay people. And my case was that the British Imperial Statute, which had never been discussed, was an infringement of my right to privacy. I couched the letters in the language that I thought would appeal to them. For example, to Fianna Fáil, I said, you call yourselves a Republican Party. How can you possibly support a British Imperial Statute?
David Norris brought his challenge to the Constitution all the way to Ireland's most powerful court.
On the 22nd of April, the Supreme Court gave its verdict on David Norris's constitutional action. By a 3-2 majority, it upheld the existing law.
After today, it can be said that the Irish Constitution does not protect the fundamental human rights of its own citizens.
But he and his supporters did not give up. They brought their fight to the European Court of Human Rights, and in 1988, they finally won.
The judgment in Senator Norris's favour was given by 8 votes to 6, with the Irish member of the court, Mr. Justice Brian Walsh, among those dissenting.
The ruling made clear Ireland's criminalisation of homosexuality was in breach of the European Convention on Human Rights.
We have on our panel, you know the rules of the soapbox, we listen uninterrupted and then...
And for some back home, it sparked outrage.
It's not normal for a man to be preoccupied with another man's back passage. But let's face it, this is what the Homosexual Male Act is about.
I mean, that's ridiculous. That's quite insulting. I'm not...
But support for legalising homosexuality was becoming increasingly mainstream.
I suppose the quick answer is, what about men who are besotted with women's front passages? Is the quick answer there.
The debate raged for 5 years, until in 1993, over a decade after Declan's killing, homosexuality was finally legalised.
Today's European Court decision is the end of a 14-year battle for Senator David Norris.
We were told early on that it would be a difficult and long fight, but we'd win out in the end. And that's exactly what happened.
I went from being a criminal one day to not being a criminal. Coming from a time when you could legitimately be refused service in a shop, in the hotel, whatever. Your boyfriend or girlfriend could be refused hospital visiting rights when their partner's dying of AIDS and denied any form of family status. It was really, really important that we'd actually moved to this new place.
2018 marked the 25th anniversary of decriminalisation. Irish Prime Minister Leo Varadkar, himself a gay man, made an official apology to all who had suffered under Ireland's anti-gay legislation.
The bench where Declan Flynn was killed at Fairview Park was covered with flowers and notes. And we think of him today on this anniversary and the very different Ireland that we now live in.
The government also hosted a state reception in Dublin Castle to mark the anniversary.
I was in Dublin Castle, and it was the first positive thing that had happened since Declan's killing.
Since decriminalisation in 1993, this country has chosen more and more to love rather than to hate.
It was marking the change that had taken place in Irish society. And to that extent, I think it was a very positive thing.
I've seen Pride develop over the many years from the late 70s until today, and it's amazing to see the difference over that amount of time. I mean, back then we kind of gathered in fear and trepidation. We weren't sure what the response would be, particularly in the Fairview March. Today we come here in celebration. We're acknowledging all the achievements we've had over the many years. So while we've much to celebrate today, there retains an element of protest. Protest is definitely on the agenda still for the Pride parades.
We've seen some shocking examples recently of gay men being brutalised and murdered in Ireland.
The vigil held outside the town hall was attended by hundreds.
It was within walking distance of where both Aidan Moffat and Michael Snee had lived.
But one of the salient differences between the place we find ourselves in today and the time that Declan Flynn and Charles Self were murdered was that it's no longer acceptable. It's no longer acceptable amongst the mainstream of Irish society, and it's very definitely not accepted by statutory Ireland. We are afforded a level of protection that did not exist, that was unimaginable in the 1980s.
I think it's extraordinarily noble what people did at that time to be so visible in the face of violence. And I think that for the people who were organised that march, who showed up, it was dangerous, and people still did it. As a community, we kind of owe everything to people who created those building blocks at the time, because much harder then than it is now.
It's an extremely important milestone in the LGBT plus story in Ireland. As a gay person myself, I often think if I'd been born 2 decades earlier, might that have been me? Might that have been one of my friends?
It's strange to think that he's become this figure for the gay community now. It's understandable, but at the end of the day, he's not just a headline from a newspaper, or he's not just somebody that maybe represents that particular point in history.
I think Declan would have been very happy with all the changes in society nowadays and the freedom people have, but because he was such a reserved, quiet person, I don't think he would have liked all this attention. You know, he's become an icon. As far as we're concerned, he was our much-loved brother that we lost in horrific circumstances, and we'd like him back.
I would like people to remember that he was our brother, and he was a warm, giving human being. We need to keep ownership of that, because we're still mourning the fact that he's no longer with us.
My name is Richard Thornton. I'm a detective superintendent in the PSNI's organised crime branch. Been in the PSNI just over 23 years. I suppose it goes back to primary school, the old cops and robbers type thing. That's what attracted me to it. People don't just get up one morning and decide, I think I'm going to rob an ATM.
They knew what they were doing and they knew the areas very well. Some of those machines can hold over 100 grand.
It was a huge challenge for us to cover that big an area with a finite number of resources.
This was going to get much, much worse.
It takes the number of these attacks this year alone to 6.
The 14th, the 16th, the 18th.
24 ATMs. The groups were nicknamed the Hole in the Wall Gang. It is at the investigators' peril that they underestimate the capabilities of OCGs.
The police were very heavily into saying it's not just a police effort to catch these sort of gangs and these criminals, that people needed to be vigilant and be alert as well.
There's been another ram raid on a robbery which happened in the early hours of this morning.
We had no days off, no rest days.
Large digger was also used to steal 2 cash boxes.
The pressure to bring this to a conclusion was immense.
At 4:30 a.m. A stolen digger enters the forecourt of O'Kane's filling station. Followed by a van of masked men. They used the digger to rip an ATM machine out of the shop wall, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The ATM is loaded onto another vehicle and driven off. The attack takes just 4 minutes. It is the 6th attack of its kind in Northern Ireland in just over 3 months.
In investigations like these, which are very, very fast tempo, you don't know where they're going to strike next, you've got to have a solid plan. In October 2018, I came into work when there was a report of an ATM attack. A digger had been used to literally rip the ATM machine out of the shop wall itself, using a digger which had been stolen from a nearby building site.
CCTV showed 2 masked men driving a BMW and towing a trailer that they later used to carry the stolen ATM from the scene.
It was clear to me that this was a very well planned attack, that the individuals concerned knew exactly what they were doing, very skilled in using the digger, but also very forensically aware, given the lengths they went to, which included setting fire to the digger on the petrol forecourt. They had absolutely no regard whatsoever for the safety of anybody. Their only concern was to conceal any evidence that they may leave behind. All in, they were gone in under 2 minutes.
The ATM they took with them was filled with cash. The men left the local shop in ruins. The vehicle and trailer used in the attack were found burnt out nearby.
Well, our colleagues in CID were tasked to the scene, along with crime scene investigators. The first steps was obviously the preservation of the scene and examine it for any forensic material that might be left behind. However, on liaising with my colleagues in CID, it was clear that there was no forensic opportunities left, certainly not in the forecourt, or definitely not in the digger or the vehicle and trailer that were stolen either. So at that time, the trail was ran cold very, very quickly.
Cash machine thefts were on the rise in parts of England. Richard was worried this could be the start of a new type of crime wave in Northern Ireland.
Organised crime groups from here interact with organised crime groups from there. And there's normally a lag. And so my concern was that those attacks would happen here at some point, particularly in the run-up to the autumn and winter months, where you have very short days and very, very long nights, because nights are the criminal's friend. I came into work and there had been a second attack. The exact same, a digger used in a rural area in County Tyrone.
The attack in Fintona was a carbon copy of the attack 5 weeks earlier. A stolen digger, burnt out on a garage forecourt, a local business seriously damaged, the ATM casing transported away and broken into in a remote area. 15 days later.
This was just after 4 o'clock this morning. A stolen digger rammed into the side of the spa in Killyclougher. Thieves had attempted to tear the cash machine from the side of the shop, but residents were quick to react. The digger was set on fire after the incident. Police believe it was stolen from a nearby building site. The attackers may have failed in their attempt to remove the cash machine, but concern in the community is still high.
This was a pattern now starting to emerge, and one that concerned me as to where it would actually end. We were in the middle of winter and we still had a long way to go to when the night started to shorten.
Journalist Niamh Campbell covered the stories of the attacks and their aftermaths.
Where I'm actually from myself is a small area in Tyrone called Cleashel. It's very, very rural. I think we actually only have one ATM machine there. In terms of the sophistication and scale and frequency of that 2018, 2019 spree, I don't think anything like that has ever come under my nose before. It's funny because it wasn't actually sophisticated in that they were just ramming a digger into the ATM machine, but all of the plan that goes into it, all of the recon, around the area beforehand, they knew what they were doing and they knew the areas very well. It caused a massive flurry everywhere, and I think a lot of those rural areas felt forgotten and they thought, the police aren't really helping at the minute, so what if we get hit next?
Those communities that already been hit were feeling the effects.
People assume that ATM heists, where there's nobody around, it's a victimless crime. But it's not. It has all, like any crime, it always has wider consequences.
Feeling sick just when I heard it at the start, but we'll get past it. We'll keep going.
You work hard, you build a business up here. It took me 3 years to get the bank to put the ATM in, and for guys to come in the middle of the night and take it out in a matter of minutes, it's very frustrating.
The problem with all of this is the local community is affected because the banks have closed and the ATM is used here by many people.
There's nothing to stop someone from doing this again to any other premises and any other businesses. Business just watch out,
Given the pressure that police were under from the public at large to bring these to a halt, I knew that we had to take a different approach, something the public could see, something that would bring pressure to bear immediately on those groups that were responsible for this.
In just 4 months, criminals had carried out 3 successful raids with great precision. Richard believed this was the work of a professional organised crime group, or OCG.
The PSNI's organised crime branch is a proactive policing branch which go after organised crime groups, or as they're more commonly known, organised crime gangs, who are involved in different levels of serious crime. It is quite intense.
The appeal of these crimes for OCGs was obvious to Richard.
The main reason is money, and they need money not just to line their own pockets, but also most of the organised crime groups are involved in drug trafficking, and you need money to purchase drugs, to bring it into the country and facilitate the bringing in discreetly or without detection the drugs into the country.
Given the level of criminality involved, a specialist task force was set up, not only to prevent further cash machine thefts, but also to disrupt the OCG's other criminal enterprises.
OCGs themselves are very much like a jigsaw puzzle. Some are 100-piece jigsaw puzzles, some are 1,000, and some are 10,000. And so it's a very complex policing environment which we find ourselves in, and becoming ever more difficult and challenging to disrupt. A fourth attack happened, this time in Antrim, where a double ATM machine was stolen.
A large digger was also used to steal 2 cash boxes.
Those ATMs were stolen, again, very, very efficiently by the group involved. And they made good their escape very quickly after that.
The thieves were in 2 stolen vehicles, one of which was found burnt out nearby.
And the pace of the attacks increased dramatically.
What surprised me was that on the day after that, a further ATM attack occurred.
Forensic officers looking for clues following the robbery which happened in the early hours of this morning. at this petrol station just outside Moira. Police believe a number of men were responsible.
The highly skilled and well-organised attacks left no question that detectives were witnessing a crime wave, run by professionals who had the upper hand.
When an OCG plan an attack like this, be it an ATM attack, a robbery, or a cash in transit robbery, they will always have lookouts, they will always have a getaway car, they will always have a plan. And this was no different. The digger ripped the ATMs out, placed them onto a trailer and drove off, and the other individuals involved, of which there were several, got into various other vehicles and make good their escape.
I think this is whenever they started to get a bit more cocky and they thought, we'll just hit places up in quick succession. Geographically, they're very close to each other.
The robbers smashed this stolen digger through a nearby fence before ripping the ATM out of the wall. They then set the digger, as you can see, on fire.
Considerable damage done to the shop itself, which temporarily forced it to close. Immediately, this became apparent to me that this was going to get much, much worse.
ATM attacks were springing up across Northern Ireland and the Republic.
In Northern Ireland, there's been another ram raid on a cash machine. Most of the raids have happened in rural areas using mechanical diggers to try to pull the ATMs away from the wall, but police still have no idea who's behind the attacks.
Almost every attack required in-depth knowledge of the surrounding area.
Well, my initial instinct on this was that they were local. When you carry out any attack, you always plan your escape just as well as you plan the attack itself. Therefore, you tend to commit such an attack relatively close to where your base is, so you can get away, get the ATM away, get the money out of it, then retreat back to your home without police or anyone else knowing who you actually are.
The local knowledge of the area is shown by the thieves, and the spread of attacks across Northern Ireland and the Republic left Richard convinced multiple gangs had to be responsible.
A hole in the wall where a hole-in-the-wall cash machine used to be. It's becoming a regular occurrence in Northern Ireland.
It indicates to me that there's a series of copycat raids going on where criminals recognise that in a matter of minutes you can take something like £120,000 out of an ATM this size, and it's absolutely scandalous.
But Richard needed more information.
My first action was to go through all of the information that we had, but also to get that community intelligence that we needed to clearly identify who was responsible and to report suspicious activity.
The task force appealed to the public.
We will continue to do all we can to catch those responsible. Tonight again, we will have local police patrolling areas which could be vulnerable to an attack, and detectives remain dedicated to investigating the thefts that have taken place. I assure you this remains a key policing priority.
As a result of appeals to the public through various media releases, our community intelligence picture started to increase dramatically. It confirmed that there was more than one gang. There was one in Antrim, there was one in Tyrone, and there was one in the South Armagh, South Down area.
Gardaí chased the gang operating in Monaghan and Louth.
My focus was on the Antrim OCG. They were the most prolific, they were the most efficient in many ways, and the tempo with which they were carrying out attacks was starting to increase.
Richard and his team now established a profile of the gang responsible for the attacks and an understanding of how they were operating.
People don't just get up one morning and decide, I think I'm going to rob an ATM, and do it very, very skillfully. That requires the group to covertly reconnoitre the area that they're going to attack, look for their escape routes. They need to be familiar with those surroundings, so if police do come, they know where to go to. They have somewhere to go to. The further they go away, the greater the risk of getting caught. You also have to know when the best time to attack it is, because when you attack an ATM, you want to know that there's money in it.
They were sussing the places out before they went. They were sitting outside the shops during the day. They knew when the ATM machines were filled up. Some of those machines can hold over 100 grand. So they were making sure they were getting the maximum amount that they could.
After it's been successfully reconnoitred and they've agreed on a time when they're going to attack it, they'll have a scout car out in front, making sure that there's no vehicle checkpoints, that there's nothing that may obstruct their way. The digger either stolen at the time, in the minutes before the attack, or pre-stolen and brought to the area. They have to get it away to an area where they feel safe to harvest the ATM. And harvesting the ATM requires the use of angle grinders, crowbars, sledgehammers. It's not an easy task to do. It's something that's going to take up to a couple of hours to do. They need to have the confidence that they can do that without being observed or overheard. They then have an amount of cash that they have to realise. That again is another strand. And they have to think about all of that before they actually commit the offence itself. So it's very prolonged. It is at the investigators' peril that they underestimate the capabilities and abilities of OCGs to carry out their criminality. This is why it is important to get into the way they think, what makes them tick. Because it's only when you understand them and how they plan and plot things, then that increases your chances of actually arresting them, charging them, and convicting them.
A bank was targeted in Newton Abbey. That makes it 6 successful ATM robberies using diggers since January.
Again, coming at bank holidays, they knew it would maybe be quieter on the roads, but the cash machines would be totally full. Literally exact same again. Digger, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the vehicle that was used to lift the ATM machine and get away was burnt out straight after too. It just felt so repetitive. It was the same thing over and over again. You nearly thought, is this actually definitely a new one?
This was the 4th attack carried out by the Antrim OCG. Attacks were becoming prolific across Northern Ireland.
The thieves were in 2 stolen vehicles.
The robbers smashed this stolen digger through a nearby fence.
It is, they're stealing thousands of pounds on a regular basis.
The thieves have escaped with this ATM.
The case remains unsolved.
Thieves have used a digger to rip an ATM from the side of a shop in Hull.
Thieves took this digger from a nearby building site before ripping the cash machine from the wall of the Nisa store. They set the vehicle on fire before making off with the ATM.
A lot of damage caused. CMMO, another rural village ripped of a very precious service. They made their escape in very, very efficient form, but it gave us that little bit extra information.
As the thefts increased, Richard knew he had to find a way of getting ahead of the Antrim OCG. If he could identify the gang's potential targets, he could catch them red-handed. Richard needed to give himself an advantage and reached out to retailers and to the banks themselves.
My name is Simon Hutchinson. I chair the Northern Ireland Interbank Security Group. That group consists of the heads of security of all of the banks in Northern Ireland, the post office, cash carriers, Safer Cash, who look after basically the financial institutions across the United Kingdom. We all realised, okay, this is now a major, major issue. We were very fortunate that the detective superintendent in charge of the organised crime branch invited the group to come to his headquarters, and he was going to give us a full briefing. We were able then to tell that group those teams, where every single ATM was in Northern Ireland, the description of the ATM, photographs, serial numbers, what mitigation technology-wise we had in place in each of those ATMs. And by the end of that meeting, we were able to identify circa 900 ATMs in sight, and that actually blew the superintendent away.
Surveilling 900 cash machine sites across Northern Ireland was an impossible task.
So with that, I applied certain criteria and essentially traffic light all of those ATM machines into red, which I considered high risk, amber, medium risk, green, low risk. And that allowed us then to focus, but also to get us ahead of the groups that were responsible to increase our chances of catching them. That strategy had to complement the ATMs that we had mapped, because I had to make use of the uniform resources that we had available to us to give them clear focus, but also to trip the OCGs up into making a mistake.
Our business owners understood that and give us bigger budgets to spend more money on the mitigation of the high-risk ATMs.
Richard was also going to need all the help he could get. His task force alone couldn't monitor all at-risk cash machines in range of the Antrim OCG, nor did they have the local community knowledge of neighbourhood cops. He looked to the newly appointed district commander for Antrim for her specialist expertise.
It was a new start for me, a lot of responsibility, a significant number of officers and staff to lead and to manage. And I was aware at that time that the numbers of ATM thefts was starting to increase across the country. I took on the role of coordination of the local policing response for what we call North Area, which is 4 policing districts. So a large swathe of the country that we were trying to prepare a very visible response and deterrent to the ATM thefts that were occurring at the time. It was a huge challenge for us to cover that big an area with a finite number of resources.
What we actually needed to do is to maximise pressure on these individuals. It requires partnership and an understanding from the public. It's the only way to resolve these in the long run.
Richard knew Sue Ann's help could prove a turning point.
My role essentially was looking out into the community. So we were looking at prevention, provide that deterrent, a reactive capability, which was essentially around having police officers, high visibility patrols in vulnerable areas, and then also that community engagement and that reassurance.
It was very important that we got the public on side. There was a lack of community intelligence being received by ourselves. There was a lack of reporting on suspicious activity, but also a lack of understanding as to the impact that this was having. So that was something that had to change in order for ourselves to get ahead of this group or groups and to stop them from doing it.
At 3:30 a.m, a stolen digger and tractor make their way to the centre of the village. They stop at an ATM outside 2 coffee shops, rip it from the wall, and load it onto a getaway vehicle. They set the other vehicles on fire and make off in the direction of Portrush.
Just hours earlier, Market Square was ablaze after the digger and tractor used to steal the cash machine were set alight by thieves.
I was the owner of Lily's at the time of the ATM robbery. My name is Jeffrey McKillop. I'm a local lad from the village of Bushmills. All the shops are locally based. There's no multinationals here apart from the supermarkets. So it means any money that's generated in the village goes back into it. The night it happened, of course, I was at home and I got a phone call early morning saying, look, you better get out here, something bad's happened. And whenever I got here, the whole diamond was sealed off. It was like something from a movie, you know. Police cars everywhere. In the background, you could see this massive hole in the wall. Just couldn't believe it. Well, the ATM was in the corner, you see here, but they ripped the whole wall out to get it. They had stolen a digger from a local outdoor pursuit centre, and then they stole a tractor from a local farmer. They placed the ATM on the back of a flat-back lorry, and they headed out of the village towards Port Rush, passed in Lewis Castle, turned down left, but the ATM machine bounced off the back of the lorry onto the side of the road. After all the destruction and all the mayhem they caused to the village, they still walked away empty-handed. I think it's just disbelief. How would anybody feel they had the right to come in and violate our wee town, you know? And I think it shook them up a fair bit for a few days. And but as communities do and people do, they rally around and they get together and they get their head down and get on with it, you know. But still always in the back of their mind, you know, that it had happened, you know.
Despite the police's best efforts, it seemed as though the Antrim OCG were always one step ahead.
As we moved into April 2019, myself and my team had been working constantly since we took on the operation in mid-February. No rest days. We had no days off. The shortest day we had was 12 hours, in most cases 16 to 20 hours.
Every time there was another ATM theft, that pressure mounted. There's no doubt about that. For me, the challenge as well was that this couldn't be our only focus. That whilst this was a priority and it was a critical incident for the organisation, and rightly so, we also had to deal with other types of crime that were happening.
The tempo quickly picked up during the course of April. We had multiple gang sprees right across Northern Ireland. It was a very high pressure situation for us all. Tiredness was creeping in, exhaustion was creeping in.
It was deflating, personally deflating, but equally I knew that we were close. Unfortunately, these individuals were evading us, and that was frustrating.
Richard needed more intelligence, but time wasn't on his side, and there was a problem.
The police were very heavily into saying it's not just a police effort to catch these sort of gangs and these criminals, that people needed to be vigilant and be alert as well, but very hard to do whenever it's happening between the hours of like 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. in those really rural areas where there's not a lot of light.
And for some of the public, their sympathies lay elsewhere.
A number of years previously, we had the financial crash, and there was almost an air that this was a Robin Hood type crime, that they were stealing from the banks, to quote many of the social media posts that were put up, and that the banks deserved it.
They weren't holding anybody at gunpoint, they weren't going in and terrorising the staff. And again, I think that's why some people were saying it was a victimless crime. I think some people thought at the beginning, whoever's doing this is smart in a way, because a lot of people don't really like banks to begin with anyway.
The damage to the buildings once the diggers gone into it was huge. Large gaping holes, to the point where certainly amongst social media, the groups responsible were nicknamed the Hole in the Wall gang. I had immediate strategies to highlight the impact that this was having on local community, but also that those responsible weren't there to get their own back on the banks, but it was there to line their own pockets and to further their own criminal enterprises.
For the Antrim OCG, the risk of being caught was outweighed by the potential reward. Richard wanted to change that and turned to the bank's security to take a proactive approach in limiting the OCG's success.
What we were able to do was something very, very simple, was reduce the cash holdings in some high-risk ATMs and put a sign up, a simple sign up, due to ATM attacks in this area, there has been a reduction in cash holdings in this ATM. Now, the kickback was, unfortunately, over weekends and bank holiday weekends, the cash ran out. But the signage actually was quite important, and we got feedback from the public to say, you know something, that's probably the simplest, cheapest mitigation and security mitigation you have, because they will take notice. We were spending thousands and thousands of pounds on other technologies and mitigations, but a simple sign, and none of those ATMs that had signage were ever hit. The cash loss, initially there was some significant numbers, but because of course they were fully loaded at that stage before we started to defund the ATMs. However, there was only, I think, one, maybe two that were sitting in six-figure loss. The cash loss was insignificant compared to the collateral damage.
The pressure to bring this to a conclusion, despite us being 6-7 weeks into it, was immense, and something that we had to make a breakthrough on one of the gangs at some point.
While the Antrim OCG was continuing the attacks at pace, intelligence had been slowly trickling in, leading to a breakthrough.
Jamie McConnell, David McClurkin, Kenneth Clark and Gary Kincaid. The four names were no surprise to me.
The men were well known to police.
They were indeed from the local area. It all made sense. And then some of them were very adept and had experience in using diggers. When you have it narrowed down, you've got to find out every minor detail you can about how they live their day-to-day lives, what makes them tick, to get yourself into the best position that you can to make it stick when you do arrest them and you want to charge them. You're balancing that with all the other pressures, and that is why ultimately myself and the team had worked 62 days in a row. That is what was required.
The Antrim OCG had been meticulous and had left no forensic traces at any of the scenes. Richard knew he was going to have to catch them in the act, but this meant officers potentially being put directly in the path of danger.
Uniformed officers working extremely long hours at night, often potentially being faced with a very risky scenario if they come across one of these crimes in action, and how they're going to manage that, and how we ensure that it's safely brought to a conclusion.
A police officer's natural instinct is always to run towards trouble. If something's happening, they want to stop it happening. However, when it involves a large piece of heavy plant machinery and you as a police officer are standing in the way of their escape route, that was where my concerns became very real.
However, Richard had been developing a plan.
Using the mapping and risk register of ATMs, that allowed me to come up with a very effective plan to focus on hotspots within a certain defined area of where the various gangs lived. So that when an attack happened, I could bring all of our overt resources to bear. I knew it was only a matter of time before they were going to make another attack. The nights were getting shorter. They were greedy. They wanted as much money as they can. But I knew at some point they had to retreat back into their patch, so to speak, so that they could maximize the number of attacks and get away quickly, because they were definitely feeling the heat. There's no doubt about that. I knew that they were out wrecking various sites, and it was a case of which one are they going to pick.
Richard wanted to keep his uniform resources close to the sites of the most at-risk ATMs. He believed deploying them to the scene as quickly as possible would force the Antrim OCG into a mistake, and he didn't have to wait long to test his theory. "3 a.m. A pickup drives into the supermarket car park. It stops in front of a double cash machine. 2 men get out. They meet a tractor towing a digger, both stolen from nearby. The digger prepped for unloading from the flatbed trailer. One of the men gets into the cab and drives the digger off the trailer, through bollards, towards the cash machines, which are ripped out. The tractor is set alight. The cash machines loaded onto the pickup, and the gang make their getaway.
That dreaded phone call that I got so many times in the early hours of the morning came. It was a double ATM attack, and I activated the plan. Everything that I could get, I threw at it. And it was so intensive that in a 3-hour period after that, I took and received in the region of 130 phone calls on 2 work phones that I had, not including the police radio I had as well. What we quickly established after the Ballymena attack happened was they had driven to another location in a rural area with the ATM machine, and they had another car planted, which they got into in an effort to get away. We nearly got them. The police descended on it. We had other measures in place that allowed us to lead us to that car.
The patrol car landed just as they were making off. One of the guys actually, pulled down his trousers and mounted the police. This is whenever I suppose you could pardon the pun, the wheels started to come off because, they'd burnt vehicles, they'd jumped out of their getaway vehicle, all the rest of it. But this is whenever they started to, I think, really taunt the police.
Yes, they got away, but they were lucky.
Robbers left the scene with the 2 cash machines on the back of a pickup truck, but when police caught up with them, they abandoned the vehicle and the machines in the driveway of a nearby home. They escaped on foot.
It was the nearest of misses, but given how close they had been, Richard had faith the plan would work. And just 4 days later, he was given another chance.
The phone rings again in the early hours of the morning. There's another attack. And this time it's on the Tully Road near Belfast International Airport.
Nuts Corner, again, very rural area. The owner, he had woken up, I think, in the middle of the night, around 3:30 again, just as the digger, whatever was used to actually get the ATM machine, just as it was being set on fire.
Again, within the catchment area that I had mapped out. And again, it was, let's throw everything at this. The words that the controller said to me on the phone was, we've got runners. And that's when I knew we have them. As the arrests came in, the names didn't mean a thing to me. As night moved into morning, we quickly established that these weren't the gang.
It wasn't the Antrim OCG that Richard had been looking for, but others working in the same area.
We made a series of 27 searches that day. As a result of that attack, we were able to ultimately charge the 4 that we had arrested with that attack. And ultimately, what that did do with the arrests that we made on the 30th, that was the end of the digger rip-out attacks that Northern Ireland had experienced. It was curious, but just suddenly stopped. I knew, and I had anticipated this because the nights were very, very short at that stage.
Although the task force had made 4 arrests, Richard knew the Antrim OCG members were still at large.
The question for me was, were they wanting or willing to chance their luck again? And I knew they would. In keeping with tradition, criminals will adopt the approach of let's have the heat die down a little bit and then we'll go back and do it all over again. I knew what they were up to. They had a good idea what I was up to, but I knew they would come at it again, and I would leave them a surprise for when they did.
While the attacks ended with the brighter nights, the task force worked tirelessly, enhancing ATM security and securing heavy machinery and farm equipment.
So you've got a multifaceted approach that you're trying to employ, and that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. There's a price tag associated with it.
Richard had been in close contact with business leaders for months, ensuring they were prepared.
My name is Glenn Roberts. I'm Chief Executive Retail and I. We are the main representative body for the independent retail and wholesale sector in Northern Ireland. Not for 1 minute did we think that this was over. We had to be constantly vigilant. Obviously our members upped their game in terms of taking the security procedures. Many of them created almost bunkers. They put concrete bollards in front of them. The ATM manufacturers made sure that they were looking again at the security of these machines. We were getting across to our members, please don't have these ATMs filled up at night. And to the general public to make sure they're aware of it, engaging with the construction sector to make sure plant equipment and machinery was secured.
As the darker nights drew in, Richard was left to wait.
It was in the forefront of my mind, the hours are going to change at the end of October. Are these attacks going to start again? Are our plans robust enough to deal with any resurgence in it? When an attack happened on the 6th of December 2019, when the dreaded phone call came in the middle of the night again, I knew immediately what it was. But when I found out where it was, then it was a case of, I think I've got them this time. Because we knew exactly where that ATM machine was going.
3 a.m. A supermarket is targeted. A tractor and digger, stolen nearby, are driven into the car park. They're used to remove the ATMs, which are loaded onto a getaway vehicle. The digger and tractor are then set alight. A vehicle loaded with cash machines is seen leaving the scene. Richard had laid a trap that the OCG were walking straight into.
The OCG has come through up into the main entrance around the back of the petrol station to the main building. And they've had a vehicle and a trailer and a digger and a number of individuals who had their identities hidden by masks and boiler suits on. This is all done in a very short period of time, in the space of a couple of minutes. And they've ripped out the ATM machine and made good their escape very effectively, very quickly out into the countryside. It was a very brazen attack, very close to the local police station. So it was a change of tactic.
But Richard's plan was about to go into action.
As soon as I get the phone call and I'm told where it was stolen, whilst it always comes as a shock, I was happy because I knew that ATM had a certain measures in it that would allow me to quickly identify where they were taking it to.
The extra budget that we were given by our business leads means that we could buy extra equipment which we put on permanent loan to the police.
We had security measures which enabled us to be able to follow the location of the ATM.
We were able to relay that very quickly to responding officers. So rather than everybody go to where the attack has happened, it's everywhere goes to where the ATM is. We initiated the plan that I had put in place. Basically involved me telling them, send everybody.
They successfully got the ATM out of the housing. They were definitely unaware of the speed with which we responded.
Police crews from different parts of the police descended on here from as far away as Belfast. The ATMs themselves are heavy, so you can't travel fast and you can't travel too far along backcountry roads. Nonetheless, we were able to locate the position, direct the resources in to that location. All I can imagine was that they looked up onto the dark sky and saw a haze of blue lights coming towards their location. That would have been a good shock for them, which is what they needed.
The gang had gotten away, but the police's quick response had forced them into making a mistake.
At the location, when police arrived, they find the stolen ATM. A number of discarded items have been left there by those responsible, which allowed us, again, very significant forensic opportunities that we were able to exploit.
We found the ATMs intact, the cash hadn't been taken out of them.
Crucially, the speed of the police response allowed crime scene investigators to gather both fingerprints and DNA from the scene.
With the sufficient evidence that we needed, we knew we'd got them.
That ultimately led us to identify and arrest the members of the OCG responsible, namely McConnell, Kincaid, and McClurkin and Clark.
When those arrests happened, we were obviously able to, at last, give a good news story to our communities, which was fantastic. And I think it was a vindication for those officers who'd spent hours of time across that period, quite a long period, working towards that particular outcome. So having that conversation with communities was very rewarding.
It was extremely welcome news that they were arrested because it sent the signal out that these criminal gangs could be caught and they didn't have a blank check to attack and plunder willy-nilly.
But the job wasn't over. Police had to make sure they had enough evidence to convict and turned their attention to mobile phones to link the gang members to the other attacks.
So for this investigation, the digital forensics was key. As technology evolves, the reliance upon that technology amongst all of us means that we literally can't go outside the door without some type of device. Now, they leave a trail, like a breadcrumb trail. And the task for us was placing members of OCGs in the particular area, in the particular scene at the relevant time, so that, and then attribute that to those individuals, which will prove their presence at the time of the offences. We were able to prove through the use of digital forensics that the four were present at several of the ATM attacks and that they had in fact carried out or conspired to carry out those attacks.
Many followed the trial closely, including lawyer Dara Mackin.
This was one of the greatest criminal enterprises in recent times, and certainly one of the most complex criminal investigations. I think the sheer size of the criminal enterprise is quite stark. This isn't the traditional thief in the jeweller shop pocketing the diamond watch. This was something of a much greater scale. This was a circumstantial case, and what that means is that maybe one strand of evidence in itself isn't enough to prove guilt. However, when you put the strands together, many threads make a strong rope.
Although police couldn't charge them with every incident, they were still able to build a strong case.
Those factors taken together not only proved that each of the individuals at different times were in contact with different exhibits, such as vehicles, but also showed that they were in contact at material times and also were in the vicinity of certain locations at material times.
While circumstantial, Richard's case was, however, still compelling.
Ultimately, the individuals in this case accepted that they played a role in the offences in question. Now, whilst they didn't accept the totality of the offence, didn't accept being present, they did accept being involved at different levels. Mr. Clark was handed 5 years and 8 months. Mr. McConnell was given a lesser sentence of 3 years and 8 months. Mr. Kincaid was given a sentence of 11 months. And Mr. McClurkin was given a combination order, given the fact that he was charged with a lesser offence than the other two suspects.
The sentences were based on the degree of involvement each admitted.
Not a lot for the amount that they did, and the fact that the money, the majority of the money, including the criminal damage to all the properties and the diggers and stuff, all that, amounted to like well over £2 million.
What we've seen here was very, very unique, in which the Director of Public Prosecutions referred the case to the Court of Appeal as he felt that the sentences were unduly lenient. The Court of Appeal did increase one of the sentences on behalf of Mr. Clark, but refused to increase the sentence of Mr. McConnell.
McConnell's sentence stayed the same due to mitigating factors, and the sentences of the other two men were deemed appropriate and were not appealed.
The impact of losses of ATMs would have a massive impact that isn't perhaps apparent to many looking in. They bring a vital service to shops themselves, to retailers. In fact, when an ATM is put into a shop, it increases footfall within that shop by about 10%. And it enables people to have quick and easy access to their own money.
A lot of those rural areas really do still rely on cash, especially the more elderly population. So a lot of those wee businesses, people maybe only go in and buy something in the shop or get a coffee or whatever because there's an ATM machine outside. So it's so vital to the local economy. These ATM machines themselves cost about 16 grand, I think, sometimes, the actual equipment in itself and replacing the walls around it and things like that. So that is how the business did suffer.
You can't underestimate the stress that has on not just the business owner and indeed their staff, but the local community as well.
And there's long-lasting effects on local communities. A shop in a small village or hamlet, essentially it's the heart of that very small community. And when it's put out of action because someone decided that it'd be a good idea to line their own pockets with the contents of the ATM, it really does leave its impact. And to this day, you can still see the scars of it. 6 years on, you still see some shops which haven't been able to replace that ATM.
From a police standpoint, however, there was still cause to be proud.
Once you've got them, you're just relieved that you don't have to go, or anyone else has to go through that again. You're also relieved that you have, to some extent, nothing's ever foolproof, but to some extent, have future-proofed the ATM estate. And your job ultimately is to catch the bad guys and put them behind bars where they belong. And that was the satisfying part of that.
For some, the sentences didn't seem to match the devastation that had been left behind.
We would have much preferred that these crime gangs got much stronger sentences. I think it was good that they were caught. It was good that they were ultimately before the courts and did get sentenced. But we would have much preferred much stronger sentences to put down the provision that if you do this, you will get caught.
I think the whole country was relieved because, again, you're sitting in maybe your town hadn't been hit yet, but it could have been anybody at any time. So, yeah. Really, really glad to hear they've been caught. It's just a pity it took so long. But it's the damage they caused until they got there. I think that's the lasting legacy of it.
It's extremely difficult to put a figure, but certainly this would be running into millions of pounds worth of damage. Because it just wasn't the damage that was done to the store. It was the loss of trade. It was the increased insurance premiums. And it was the, if you like, the psychological, emotional damage that was done as well.
Sometimes I wonder if they hadn't have gotten so sort of cocky. Like, would they have been caught if they had just kept going the way they were going, you know, very quickly, hitting up smaller places, smaller service stations that were more rural in the middle of nowhere with no CCTV? Would they have been caught? But in the end, it is sort of like a novel or something, you know, that they did their own sort of greed, their own sort of pride, and you know, how untouchable they thought they were. That's what maybe got them in the end.
For Richard, the threat posed to local communities by groups like the Antrim OCG remains.
Will ATM attacks occur again? Absolutely. We try to keep ahead of OCGs. OCGs try to keep ahead of us. They find a way, and then we have to find another way to counter that. And so the process goes on. We will always be committed to tackling it, to catching those who are involved, and you will be caught. No matter how hard you try, your luck runs out sometime, and we will catch you.